Alright. Let's do this.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufistvin, Admiral of Limsa Leminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alize! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
I guess we'll see how this goes. Wait, my name's Lori now, Pillow Willow? Jeez Louise. Lauren. No! Girl seeks to harm the Patriarch with vile magics. Kill her.
We must protect Alize!
Let's see how insane I could be about this.
There!
You're in my sights.
Oh god! How am I gonna dodge that one?
There!
You're in my sights.
Time for the chain. Alize, are you alright? Tempering's too severe. I can't finish the job. No, it's down by 25%. Not that I have any way of knowing that. One person's ether is not enough.
Oh, just what we need! You're not alone!
Construct 2. I shouldn't find that funny. But I totally do.
There!
My PP could fade. It's all good. We're all new to something at some point or another, right? I'm new to this stuff, for example. No idea what I'm doing.
You're in my sights.
Oh, no. Let us lend Alize our ether. I'm right here. Alright, whatever.
You are Alize.
Better to go. When this happens. Oh, it's... okay. Crystal Tower. Got it. Not what I was expecting. I mean, that's true. Leaving the Star Destroyer is not the terriblest of ideas.
More! I need more ether!
I need more power. I mean, hi.
Just a little more!
Oh my goodness. Huh. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm not sure what you want me to do about that one, but I guess that's the answer. Okay there, buddy? That's kind of what I heard too, Blade Travel. So, not quite there. Good chunk. Good chunk. Lore, lend me your ether too. Not frickin' time. Why am I only getting rid of 25% of this nonsense? Looks like a fun debuff I'm slowly garnering there. Yep, infirmary, HP penalty, damage reduction. Admiral, it's too dangerous. No. Yeah, I was gonna say, this is the just woke up debuff. I made my decision before I came here. No matter what cost me, Limsa will have peace! Or I can just, deal with this. Even diminished, I'm still me. A Star Destroyer at half capacity still dwarfs most fleets, so, you know. And yeah, they have to justify this fight being valid at all, which makes sense. That's not a dig. Yeah, canonically drained of ether, we're still, doing our thing, as we should. And we'll chill for about 20 seconds, give or take. I'm a Reaper, so... And yeah, we're actually trying not to kill people, so we're holding back a little bit. Glad I didn't do that as a black mage. God.
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Angela.
Well, moment of truth. I can see this going either way, so...
Did it work? What?
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
No. No, 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 no! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Damn it, I forget to get rid of my earrings.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None. And I do not blame you for it.
I mean, I do, but...
In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsans, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead.
This is going to sound stupid, but I actually thought about this earlier. I mean, if we're going to make a lasting organization with them, they make, and the Laminsans tend to be sea bearers. So the Laminsans can gather. There's a lot of bounty in the sea, after all. But they can't really do a lot of producing without taking of other resources. But if they could serve as trade harbor, well, you know, Constantinople.
In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
And yeah, I wasn't even counting the Sahagin in this, who absolutely add to this overall equation.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
I mean, I could just kill you now. No, I don't want to. My point is, you're at our mercy. Like, ignore me for a moment. Remove me from the equation. Even if I wasn't here, they're still at their mercy. The kobolds are on the back foot here. So, that should lend weight to the argument that the Admiral's making.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
I mean, he kind of did do that. Cashel's right, too. A formal political
Before I
apology.
became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole. I fought. I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it.
No, it's okay. It won't do much damage because the rest of us are alive.
A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I hate to jump in here, but I feel like at least part of this is being driven by guilt, more than by sense. I hope this works, don't mistake me, but this is a woman who is actually ready to die. And not just because of the future, but primarily because of the past. Yeah, there's that idealism thing again, by the way. Because she believes that with her death it'll balance the scales, and then maybe peace can continue. So, what's it gonna be? And yeah, she thinks this is the way out, and I mean, it's kind of hard to blame her for it. This is the what I like to call the right choice, but very much the incorrect choice. We'll see if it works. I hate that kind of crap. What is this, FF13? No, I'd be much crueler than that, Valadrix.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith.
I
There's
don't.
nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you.
I like to picture my character leaning in. I don't.
But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Oh, 100%. 100% he's being driven by guilt here. I want you to imagine being a good person. Probably not hard. Everyone in the chat right now is a generally good person. I want you to imagine that you now just woke up and realized that you just brutally murdered 2 innocent people in cold blood. That guilt spike is hard to even properly explain. Because most rational, sane minds can't even comprehend such a thing. Yeah, I was going to say, just the 2 that are right there are the ones that are visual, unavoidable evidence of it. Never mind however many people he's been mass murdering and as a result of his whole Titan thing. So...
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
It is a hell of a bargaining chip, which is why it's so important to offer it freely.
'Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Alright, let's go see the Ixals, and the Sahagins, and the Amaja, and the... Oh god, we got our work cut out for us, don't we? So glad we could sway the Patriarch. Convince, persuade, sway. Thank you for making it possible. I mean, I didn't do anything. Actually, I guess I kind of did. Wait, real quick. Earring. Cast Glamour. Get rid of. There we go. The treatment may have restored the Patriarch to his senses, but it was the Admiral in Gabu's words that touched his heart. That and a mountain of guilt. This moment belongs to all of us, Laura. We couldn't have done it without each other. It may take a long time, but the dream of lasting peace with the kobolds may soon become a reality thanks to Alize. Well, I mean, a lot of people contributed, but... Yeah, no, good job, Alize. In 2 separate worlds, the seeds were sown, and through the discrimination of 2 indomitable women... Excuse me, the termination of 2 indomitable women, they have quickened to this historic moment. I feel honored to have been present to see it. The Admiral seems hell's-bent on worrying me to death, but I suppose ends justify the means. Well thought, my friend. It would seem we found a way forward with the kobolds. Next we would help form the Second Order to free their brethren from thraldom. There's as far from the only order, of course. It'll take no small amount of time. We'll have to do all sorts of stuff. We need to automate a design to make it so that these things don't require people's ether, and blah, blah, blah. I declined to turn in because I want to turn to a black mage really quick.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself.
Better come take a look at this cliche.
Come with me.
Well, thank goodness there's not a rogue Ascian wandering around who has no desire to do anything other than to sow chaos for no good intent or purpose. I'm sure that won't cause us any problems down the road.
What in the world is that? A tower.
Of Zot.
You can see it too, then. I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Thank you, Von Falkenstein. A reminder. I suppose I should be saying thank you, Ciela.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards.
Great.
The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower.
Called that.
They've sprung up all across Eorzea.
They're spreading the COVID!
Nothing more is known. Only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert.
That doesn't look Garlean, that looks Dark Soulsy. It literally looks like it's made of bone.
Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
Yeah, I could see it being
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
I was gonna say, that's not just me picturing things, it actually is putting out some things. That's great. So I have already discussed it a few times, PB Good Fate, but here's the simplicity. First of all, this is not Type 1 time travel, this is actually Type 2 time travel. AKA, one single timeline, which is malleable and alterable. Second, Garaha's fine. So you know how we are... Excuse me. I am what we were. Similarly, Garaha is what they used to be. The two Garahas have become one, fully merged, yada yada yada. Hold up. Curious of something. Well, I suppose that answers that. Got like 5 feet before it's like, no. No. Oh good! Exclamation mark. I was worried it might be sniped from the porch. Period. Listen, Lark. Though it isn't visible from here, the locals report a tower-like structure as it has appeared, in the south. Do I have earrings right now? No. Do I have earrings here? No. Do I have earrings here? Nope. How about here? Still no earrings. Good, good, good. Just gonna de-earring ourselves really quick. Don't mind me. Alright, those are the... Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and get rid of these earrings. Remove all earrings. There we go. Back to healer. Yep, because we have some healer earrings we have to get rid of. Okay, and then ninja was... Or, sorry, it's monk. Because I know one of these is different. Because I don't like earrings and I don't want them. I don't understand the question, what opponent's saying. I specifically got these cosmetics to get rid of my earrings so I would never have to look at them again. I was going to say, this is the end of a patch, so those towers have probably been sitting there. Had been sitting there for quite some time. That should be everything. Not quite. One more to get rid of. Okay. Yeah. Appears business as usual inside the city, but at least they'll be able to tell us if there's been any developments without. Gabu? Oh, don't worry, he's with the Maelstrom friends, meaning we're free to deal with the latest problem to fall uninvited into our laps. Ugh! Hey, Ross. Ooh, bacon. Burgers with bacon, or burgers with bacon in burgers?
Thank you for coming so soon.
You know, bacon
I'll
into
send
the
for
meat.
Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roger preserved!
What?
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
You're here. Good.
We should kill him right now.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
That's not a joke. Whatever's going on, that's clearly an Ascian, and therefore is one of the remaining Ascians, and therefore needs to be dealt with immediately. Ignoring the Bahamut wannabe he's got right next to him. We should already be charging at him while he's talking to us.
Is that... Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Ascians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
What do you want?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Ascians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
Okay.
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Thank you, Elise.
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles!
If this ends up being a fake out and he's not actually the big villain of the next arc, I just want to say that I would like that.
We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
Oh, now we move. Oh, I see how this works. As I say, we could probably do something about that, even if we can't permanently kill him right now. Also, he doesn't know that, and he does know we've killed him at Selk and Elidibus.
But I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you.
I'm not having sex with Xenos.
He would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
I think I could take that thing. I'm sorry. Well, not now, but, you know.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Whatever. What part could these towers feasibly play in the Telophoroi's plans? I'm at a loss. For now, we should bear word of these developments to the others. I only hope Thancred and Urian J are safe. Yeah, we need another white aura site. Urian J, could you manage that, please? Though our objectives were different, I could understand why Elidibus and his fellows acted as they did, but Fandaniel? It takes some time to make sense of it all, if there's any sense to be found. You alright, Laura? The rest of us are fine, if a little singed. Dragon let us off lightly, although honestly only a madman would choose the name Lunar Bahamut. Hey, I like that name. Also, FF4 reference. Our scouts report that Ascian and his dragon have left Girabania. It seems this is purely a social visit. Thank goodness everyone's safe. We managed to put out the fire, though not quick enough to save the garden. Roban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? Yeah, sorry, the GBA version and the PSP versions, specifically, had Lunar Bahamut. Anyway, you'll rest from what Merylweb tells me you'll be due for some time off duty. We've got a patch to go through, alright? Very well, but if you need our help, don't hesitate. Okay. Pray return, rising stones. Well, we know the rule, Lady Chaval. If you have to pull it technically, then you're wrong. And yeah, no, he's just deranged. And someone mentioned this earlier, and there's a bit of logic to it. Having two fairly complex, fairly well-developed villains in a row, following that up with someone who's just kind of, you know, simple, there's a good logic to that. Okay, yeah, they aren't saying anything new. Put another way, if you this is crossing universes, but if you don't want to follow up the Bloody Baron with another Bloody Baron, you want to follow up the Bloody Baron with Voldemort. It would seem you have quite an eventful time in my absence, but I'm fully rested now and ready for more. Ah, how good it feels coming home to the rising storms. It's here my heart feels most at peace, my mind the clearest. Y'shtola returned just before us, and it seems she knows about the towers, too. Though my new, or old, or young... Though this body has more stamina than the one I wore out in the first, I confess I've been looking forward to a moment's respite. We've had a busy few days, have we not? Actually, no, Ewison Corp. I hate to say that, but I'm more de-invested than I am invested. We'll see. I'm trying not to judge too harshly, but I'm going to have to wait like another week or so because we're going to pause right after this in the MSQ. So we'll see where it goes. Ah, you're back. Dude, good. We received reports from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat us to the rest of the account firsthand. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tediously predictable but for the endless variety of our foes. This Fandaniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged perhaps, but no fool. For all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We know he only intends to recreate the final days, and the towers will facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. The creature certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. Yeah, same skeleton, and arguably model. That may be, but the fact is, the answer to Fandaniel would suggest they're not one and the same entity. I think it's more probable it's a simulacrum born of Ascian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but closely work with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of you, Y'shtola? Well, I've been to the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judged it best to provide with them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Ul'dah and delivered the porksies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions in their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubled tidings. The immortal flames had been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations were interrupted. The Amalja claim a number of their kind have been abducted and that men are responsible. Not as known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the Immortal Flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. Bone towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they've seen as far afield as Yanxia. It would seem reasonable to assume they're everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little for now, but remain vigilant. And since we're dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on ones. Estinian! I was actually thinking of someone else. Now, just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I'd be welcome it. But the truth is, we struggle to even find him. You and Kryl and I were about that. We'll sniff him out. Okay. If he is indeed hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless. So if there's no objections, we will go out at once. Well, rather than sitting around, I think we'll go to each of these city-states and educate them in the use of porksies. They would doubtless appreciate it. Maybe take a rest before you leave. Okay. I could see that, Valvatrix. Well, the moment of our triumph did not last long. 'Twas ever the way. The world often needs saving. It gets, old after a little bit. And save it we shall. I, for one, do not intend to allow a nihilistic madman to take all to the grave with him, not when the future holds such promise. Nay, I will do all in my power to protect those whom I hold dear, just as you have always done. You know what this reminds me of? BFA. I'm not going to elaborate on that, because I'm still processing, and I need to see the rest of it. But, Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks, I guess I'll elaborate it. I'll elaborate on it. But I don't know if I'm right or not. I'm not trying to be mean. I'll explain. I'll explain.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Oh my god, is he okay? That's a good question, Rax. I have more faith in the FF14 team, obviously.
Glory be to Garlemald!
Well, Lisa's dead. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace... Oh, it's time for boring, man. Or, not, sorry, bored. Bored, man.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Oh my god, he's summoning Lavos. Hold on, don't say a damn word. Don't even say anything, okay? But the towers and what he's doing and how he's going to summon the final days is whatever Zodiark did to lock down the world and keep it safe from Lavos. That barrier is being broken by these towers, so Lavos and its cry will continue to be able to cause issues, and everything's going to go to hell again. They talked several times about how Zodiark rewrote the laws of physics and changed how reality functioned. So if we shatter that, that would imply the idea that we'd go back to the previous state, which would, of course, then allow that the Lavos cry to get back through. So that's fun.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
I will not have sex with you.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing him that you await his coming, though I confess I may have singed him a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon.
A scythe.
One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
Hey, we're done. Alright. Hi, Alize. I'll talk to you in like a week. Now, the very first thing I want to do is going to sound a little bit weird, but I want to get this done absolutely pronto. So, forgive me. Was that animation always like that? Yeah, I'm unlocking Zadnor. Hopefully? There it is, yep. So, can I just tell y'all a story really quick? So, I'm pretty caught up on Zadnor. I've done Delabrum, I've done the quest chain, I've done all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, where the hell do I access Zadnor? Now, information on this game is not great. I've complained mightily about every MMO in the world that isn't WoW not having a WoW head, where you can really sit down and get all the detailed information in a nice, digestible format, right? So I belabored unto the misconception that I needed to finish this stupid thing and get this gunblade, this is actually my relic gunblade right here, further on in its steps, in order to be able to access Zadnor. This is actually one of the reasons why I was bothering to go ahead and push this thing right here. I mean, granted, I wanted the relic anyways, but I was pushing it specifically so that I could, access Zadnor. At one point, I mentioned this as an aside to someone, and their reaction was essentially, Lore, you're a moron, and they slapped me in the face for 3 hours before we tried to figure out why I couldn't get here. What this boiled down to was no information. And we spent a surprisingly large... Thank you, Zero. We spent a surprisingly large amount of time trying to figure out how in God's name to access Zadnor. Like, I was running around, I was on while I was chatting, and they're like, there's no quest here. No. Are you sure? Yes. Are you really sure? Yes! And I actually went around and talked to each of these things in turn, just to make really sure that none of those were hiding a regular quest. Valvedrix is the one who figured this out. This quest right here was not here, because this quest requires you to finish 5.4, the quest we just did. So this quest just showed up. Nothing indicates that. In fact, I don't even know where Valvedrix found that. Because I went looking in several places in several ways to figure out what chain I was missing. I've actually already given this gameplay negative for the same reason I've given every expansion this gameplay negative. This is the unlock problem. So yes, I'm going to unlock Zadnor. So I'm going to read this at my pace. Don't mind me. And that is it. I'm just unlocking it right now. I do intend to show off Boja proper at some point, but in order to do that, I need to be at Zadnor. Hey, look! Zadnor now accessible. Jesus Christ. All of that. All of that. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, well, there it is. We now have access to Zadnor. Moving on. damn this game. Alright, alright. Why do you hit me so? Alright, so I was expecting more than that, honestly. Hang on, I need to kill Zero really quick here. Alright. Oh, shoot! Okay, I failed at killing. Yep, so, let's pull that into the ignore territory for right now. Okay, so yeah, I actually have a bunch of other stuff to cover. How many people do I have on right now? Because that's, I've got a bit of a, rather than a specific line of stuff to do, I have more like a priority list of stuff to do. So I know we have USN Corp, I've got Reggie, I've got Mr. Red, I've got Zira, Rax can be here. That puts us at 6. Giga's here. We could do Eden. I was actually hoping to do the weapon thing instead. But... oh, go to sleep, Omega Legion. Well, no, because Eden's going to be a thing, and we absolutely will not finish Eden today if we start it. Like, Eden's going to be a nice long thing, but we might finish Weapon. And that's kind of why I was leaning towards Weapon. That was always kind of the plan. Let's do Weapon, and then we'll basically devote a day to Eden. So, yeah, let's go ahead and refocus to Weapon, and we'll see how long Weapon takes us. So hang on. Should be right there. Yep. Good night, Omega Legion. Have a good one. I will still need people to join me, by the way, for Weapon, for the exact same reason as Eden. So anybody wanting to participate, please feel free to join us. I'm not going to get a group up yet. What I am going to do is figure out where the hell this is. Right, way over here. So if you remember, back during the quest content, the MSQ, there's actually this bit where it's like, oh my god, Gaius is here, and he's here to warn us about this new weapon. And then, if you were paying attention... wait, is Valerian here? Let's see Valerian. There's no Valerian. If you were paying attention, that plot thread just stopped dead and went away. That's because that plot thread actually goes over here to this side quest. Right here, Ruby Doomsday. So for this, I'm amiable to whatever. I've got a lot of classes to try out, but my preference would be a DPS if possible. So, Lord, glad you can make it. As you may have heard, Commander Alden has given orders to embark from Alliance headquarters to hold back the advance of the Empire's latest menace. Not that these soldiers stationed around here are too chuffed about being on the front line against weapons. If they're designed to slay primals, they'll make short work of us mere mortals as well. It's all good, Valerian. I didn't want to speak for you. Okay, so, mind you, it's Gaius Belsar and his followers who've led the charge so far. By all accounts, they've been giving as good as they get. Unfortunately, their parties have met with little success, so go and help us. Okay, cool. Up here. Now, some of you may remember I did part, but not all of this storyline the last time we streamed this game, and I was extraordinarily unimpressed with it on a story axis, and reasonably enjoyed it on a gameplay axis, so I look forward to having a chance to rejudge the gameplay, and to give more negatives to story, because the story sucked. Alright. So, let's do it. I don't think my mind is going to change either, but our system of reviewing is a little bit more nuanced than it used to be, so there might be positives and negatives involved here. I have played it, but I've never streamed it, Trihexia. Oh, hey, we have their names now. Severa. Gaius says you are our best hope against defeating that abomination. We've only seen a glimpse of its true power, and even that was more than enough for us. And Valdeaulen. To be honest, we weren't sure if you'd ever show up. I, for one, am glad you decided to throw in your lot with us. By the way, I don't think she's Garlean. Nope, she is in fact Garlean. He's not. Which I only point out because this is Gaius and he doesn't give a goddamn what your species is. Just a fun little fact. But yes, these are the mecha quests. Yeah, did you notice this, by the way? Both Weapon and Nier suck story-wise. So your mind is set. I shall apprise you of the situation. We've discovered the previously abandoned Ultima project is being helmed by the reformed 7th Legion. They've already succeeded in producing several prototypes, one of which is set to be deployed on the Eorzean front. Its name is the Ruby Weapon. The hardest of all the weapons is the first. I'd always amuse it. Diamond's the last one, too. The joke fight in FF7. Anyways, Severa and I were able to get within striking distance during one of its test runs and made an attempt to destroy it. An attempt ended in failure. Alas, based on our knowledge of the original Ultima weapon, the explosives we employed should have been sufficient to blast through its armor plating, but barely left a mark. We suspect the gift of its predecessors may have proven the source of its resilience. As you well know, the Ultima weapon was designed to absorb ether from the icons, and the Ruby weapon no doubt shares that ability. If any were summoned during the uprising in the occupied territories, and thereafter consumed, our enemy would become all the more formidable. But its near impenetrable armor was only the beginning of our troubles. It fought back with whip-like claws that could be extended and contracted at will, and blah 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 blah. I fought Ruby weapon before. Gaius was injured shielding me from the Ruby weapon's assault. Even now he struggles to stand. Damn it all, if I hadn't been so careless, this wouldn't have happened. You need not concern yourself. Let's not forget I am the one who initiated the weapon project. If I must give my life to bury this shameful legacy, then so be it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Eden. Really. Eden's going to be like the dessert after all this. If you were to face it as you are now, you'd be cut down before you even hobbled within firing distance. In any case, we can't afford to lose the information in your head on both the foe we face and the Empire itself. For all we know, we all know that asking for Lord's assistance presents our best chance of stopping the War Machina. Ah, 'tis true that if anyone are capable of putting down such a monstrosity, it would be him. Though I have no right to ask this of you, will you lend us your strength? I mean, yeah. Yeah, for our people. You have my thanks. And mine, though I must impress upon you the urgency of our situation. We've received word the Empire is preparing to advance on the Gimlet Dark. That's when we will intercept them. If our fears are proven correct, the Ruby weapon will be among their hosts. Should it break through the lines, there's no telling the devastation it will wreak. Make no mistake, the very survival of Eorzea hangs in the balance. Again. And yeah, Anog and Konog was just... I don't have anything good to say about that. I didn't have anything good to say about that. Is this a meanwhile? Do we get to meet Jackass? Sorry, Creepster. In the Garlean occupied city of Werlet. There's Ruby. Why do they make it look like that? Like, why? Commencing Ruby weapon activation sequence. All units stand by. Creep ass. I like it. Creep ass. Negative for creep ass. Initiating synthetic RSite system. Fusion successful. No signs of incompatibility. Awaiting your signal. By the way, notice the little insight into how piloting it works. From inside, there's a projection that shows all the outside, so... Yeah, I meant in lore. Sorry, I get why they do it gameplay-wise. It's just... meh. It is very Evangelion, an anime I rather disliked, I might add. It has teeth. Why? And that was fast. I thought that would take a minute longer. Alright, so... do me a favor, say something if I don't get you in a group. I'm just going to kind of go down the list here. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Holy crap. There we go. So again, I would like to be a DPS, but I don't have to be. I can be a healer. I would really rather not tank a weapon fight, but I can if I have to. God, that's tiny. Hang on. I think my eyesight's going even more than usual. Alright, what do we got here? So we have 2 healers, both scholars. That should be fun. Mr. Red is tanking. Do we need a second tank for this? I don't like the weapon storyline. I shouldn't dismiss it. I was going to tank the dungeons, USM Core, but with a full prefab, which we've got here, I don't mind tanking it. So I'll go ahead and... for this, I'll bring Paladin. I actually know Paladin better than Warrior. set this up too, speaking of which. There we go. Wait, let me make sure the earrings are gone. Very important. Okay, we're good. As I say, honestly, tanking this is probably going to be kind of boring, but whatever. Alright, so we've got... Let me make sure we're good. We've got... Oh, no, Rax has decided to tank. Okay, that's fine. Cool. I'm just double-checking. Alright, so we'll switch back to Summoner. I gotta do a quick mental check, as I always do. What do we have? Very little. What's new? Oh, so... Yeah, the rights are changed, so we're going to be summoning actual summons. So that's cool. Look, you can have earrings all you want. I just don't want any earrings. We get Try Disaster at this level, which is already on my bar. And is that it? Is that the only change? Okay. That's not what I mean, Pontin. I've already judged this Summoner at 50, and at 60, and at 70. So I'm trying to figure out what happens at 80, and it looks like nothing. It looks like the rotation is exactly identical, because all I'm getting is new abilities. We're going to have Phoenix now, and after that, and yeah, Try Disaster is going to be a thing. And that's kind of it, other than the summons themselves. So yeah, alright, so let's do this. Let's see what our group makeup is. Looks like we're good to go. Button. Alright. Ruby time. Make sure we're at setup, which we are. Cinder Drift. There it is. I mean, I agree, Pontin, but that's not here nor there. So, bunch of debris, like you do. Yeah, anybody like tacos? Looking forward to the Sapphire fight again, consequently. The Mark III Anti-Icon War Machina. Ruby weapon. You like tacos, right? Big, fat tacos. Things out. Alright, let's do it. And yeah, we actually have Bahamut at this level. So that's nice. About that, so I'm just guessing. I actually don't remember a lot of these mechanics here specifically. Interesting. Cool, cool. Depressing, cool. Okay, yep. Thanks, Giga Pudding! Appreciate it! Straight up murdered me. Yeah, almost, but I couldn't quite get back up. So that was the end of that. Oh my goodness, that was funny. Oh right, I need to resummon. God damn it. Oh, there come those big tacos again. There's so many tacos here. Listen, if you don't like tacos, I can't do anything for you, you know? We're just a pro-taco place here, you know what I mean? Super not making that. Wow, I cannot believe I survived that. There's Phoenix. I was wondering when that was going to show up. Like, I don't know what the actual dialogue is, but tell me that doesn't sound like Big Fat Tacos. It sounded like it last time, too. I'm eating tacos. Oh yeah, by the way, these all cast a variant of the Ultima spell. Obviously, much lower. Oh no, I was gonna die, Gigapudding. It's just funny that you did actually kill me instead of letting me die. Like, that was the decision you made, was to kill me rather than allow me to die. Consider me amused. I can't even begin to hear that Pilsner song. I believe you, but I do not hear that in those lyrics. Not the first time I've actually learned the lyrics and had not heard them in the thing. Like, have you heard the Omega lyrics? The final Omega? I can't remember the specific song. You know the one I'm talking about. Yeah, Come Ride Heroes Ride is that lyric. And I only remember that because I looked it up and was confused by it. Anyways, I'm sorry everyone, this is the end for me. Activating stupid plot device! Sorry, what they actually call it, she actually calls it, is Oversoul. No, get out of my mind! What did you think was gonna happen? You idiot! Yeah, her hair is made of goop. I am Nail Van Darnus. No, you're not. Come to purify this forsaken land. Limit gauge, reset. Oh, come on! I was... Okay, fine, whatever. Screw up my button over to there, but whatever. So yeah, round 2. Ow! That hurt. It's okay. We're okay. We're gonna be okay, everyone. We're definitely not about to die. Ow, again. That really hurts. No, yeah, she didn't know it was gonna happen. It's just still stupid and still terrible. Yeah, this song's kind of weird. I don't know what to make of this one. Oh yeah, by the way, ignore Dalamud over there. Just ignore it. Ignore it. It's cool. It's cool. We're all cool here. Everything's cool. It's very operatic, but not in a good way. IMO. Yeah, exactly. The later pilots... I shouldn't talk about that now, but... Yep. The whole location, the whole terrain is just now this other place, because, you know... Why not? So, near as I can tell, let's talk about the class for a second. The biggest change to being level 80 is the fact that I have Phoenix. Essentially, it's just Bahamut, but again... Whoa, I'm dead. Oh. Blame me for staring at my class bars. But yeah, Bahamut 2. And if I'm not I might actually be mistaken, because it's hard to get the whole... Come on. Come on. Thing. I cannot attack this thing. I am at your mercy. Kill me, Gigapudding. You know you want to. You know that my life is in your hands. Oh God, I'm on the verge of death. I'm dead. But you did it. You did it, Gigapudding. You killed me. There's Dalamud. Oh my God. Do we have a heal? No, we do not have it. You got this, Gigapudding. Okay, this is... alright. Hang on, so I'm gonna immediately start popping some buttons. And that! There we go, get up! Get up! I don't use mana except for rezzing, so... Ugh. I accept my death. I got up, US Corp. I did my job. I did my job. Yeah, leave the reses for the summoner in the party. I do not mind. It's a good usage of my time. I am dead. Oh wow, that didn't kill me. Holy crap. Okay. Oh, that's funny. Again. Yeah, I kept getting thrown because I was like, why are my buttons not working? It's because I didn't have Carbuncle out. You can tell I'm not a summoner main. And we're dead. Pretty sure it's a mid-mission checkpoint, though. I am correct. I was gonna say, we actually hit this straight up in rage. Just the enrage. Yikes. Okay. Cool. Forgot they started doing timer enrages in FF14. It's right there. It's right there. Just the airships in the background here. I like Ul'dah just over there. And yeah, I do apologize. If I had known there was that tight of a timer in this fight, I wouldn't have taken a comment. I just wanted to show it off. No, the DPS focuses... Linear, if you can hear me. DPS don't take a meteor, but you have to DPS a meteor. I'll always have the highest DPS priority on the ads. If there are any ads up. Yeah, I know. There's just Uldar over there, and just a bunch of shards of Dalamud. There's Limsa Lominsa over there. I think that's supposed to be Gridania over there. Percentage damage or something, because those things suck. Ow. My health. Paying attention this time, I swear. I need to not take that. Good timing. I had my Phoenix up for that one. I really do like the Phoenix addition to this. Can I help you, Dalamud? Apparently not. Please stop throwing meteors at me. Throw another moon at me, I'm gonna lose it. Oh my god. That's a weird feeling. Valerian, that's you for Limit Break. So yeah, that was a little close at the end there. Jeez Louise. 2 shouting is not exactly too shabby. So ugly. Now, before we move on, I think I'm going to go ahead and give Summoner one gameplay positive. Just the one. Mostly because I've been throwing positives out of this entire time. And, I'll explain lore-wise in a second, sure. Let me talk about the gameplay things first before I lose my chain of thought. Big fat tacos, that's what just happened. So, basically not much has changed. There's nothing really new or different from 7280 that makes Summoner much better. It's still good. And in fact, the addition of Phoenix actually does something I really enjoy that Dragoon does. It allows the combo to loop into itself, which is awesome. I do enjoy that. That is good. That is positive-worthy. One positive for Summoner. Gameplay-wise, I'm not giving this boss fight A+ to gameplay. And I know that sounds kind of strange, but I was thinking about the specifics of the mechanics, and this fight has several issues. Frankly, its visuals are too much, to the point where it's actually distracting at times what's going on, which is not exactly good, even if you turn off all the spell effects. Then there's the fact that the music is bad enough to the point where I wanted to mute it, not exactly a good thing, and kind of hurt the overall tempo and point of the thing. Then there's the fact that most of the boss mechanics weren't actually all that interesting, all things considered. And yeah, Phase 2 just kind of sucked. If it was just Phase 1, I'd be a lot more positive towards it. Now, don't mistake me, I don't think this boss fight is negative-worthy. If there was no mid-mission checkpoint, this boss fight would absolutely be negative-worthy. But that salvages it up to what I'm just going to go ahead and call a wash. Now, story-wise, what the hell just happened? No, Giga Pudding! Yeah, my own healer killed me! I know. I would have died anyways, because I forgot about that mechanic. I forgot about it. Well, what would be the positive, Esdamine? What's positive about this fight? No, alright, so. I guess I could see that there are some decent mechanics here, and that could be a positive thing. Yeah, exactly like E12, Rax. They can do mid-mission checkpoints. They've done it for a while. Why? Whatever. So what just happened? So this is being piloted by a young teenage girl who, because this is an Evangelion, and she activated an ability called Oversoul. What Oversoul is supposed to do, what they were informed it would do, is it would imbue the knowledge and skill of someone whom they have data upon into them. That would then allow them to fight at a higher level. You know, basically temporarily giving them more skill with the giant weapon. Cool. That's not what happened! Instead, what happened is the Arosite went way overboard, actually physically manifested into the data in question. This was data about Nail. Nail von whatever the hell her name was. And so the Aurosite in the system used all of the power in the system to rearrange Darnus, thank you, Nail von Darnus, to rearrange all of the local terrain into either a literal or a simulacra of the fight that we just saw. Personally, from my understanding, I think it's more likely that what was happening there was primarily a glamour. You know, that was, in other words, an illusion of the actual fight. But of course, the damage and the meteors and all that were certainly rather real. But you cannot tell me that this thing was just summoning versions of Dalamud to smash into us over and over again. Instead, I think that's just the visual representation of what was happening, which was tons and tons of ether being smashed into our faces. Okay, so, gameplay, lore, moving on. Oh yeah, also, she is turbo dead! Sorry, to clarify that a little bit, in a lot of settings, there's a, you know, death is kind of a gradient thing, and usually there's another thing past death. Warcraft is a good example of that. So Pax and actually, I should just give Pax credit. Pax came up with this concept called turbo dead. Turbo dead is the phrase you use when they're turbo dead. It's the step past dead. And yeah, this person's soul was overwritten. They are turbo dead. Yeah, they're gone. Even from afar, and Giga Pudding killed me. Even from afar, your figure was unmistakable, as ever an impressive display. In all sincerity, the fact that we got that in 2 shots, by the way, good job, everyone. The weapon fights are mean. So, definite praise. Though, as I'm sure you will concur, the Ultima weapon pales in comparison to this new monstrosity. If the research is allowed to continue, the next model will be nigh on unstoppable. Oh yeah, that's another thing. In lore, this thing is stronger than the Ultima weapon. All of them are. With that in mind, the Alliance has enlisted the help of... Wait, I hear something. So now the story gets stupid. Here to sift through what remains of the ruby weapon, are you? Allie, what do you think you're doing? Allie. Father. It's been too long, Alphonse. And you too, Rex. Given the Empire's proceeding with the weapon project and making inroads to yours, I suppose it's only a matter of time till our paths crossed. I just want to say that of all the dumb, stupid things I've done in my life, I have never been as stupid as these children. I just want to get that out there. It's wonderful to see you again, Father, though I can't say I think much of the company you've been keeping. I know a lot's been happening, but I'm just glad you're alright, and now you can come back to Garlemald with us. My days of serving the Empire are over. Because you're suspected of assassinating Emperor Varus? Let's pause for a moment. These three children, in this moment, at this time, can effortlessly, safely, easily defect. Just like that. Oh, hey, you're over this side. Yeah, let's explain. Talk it out like reasonable adults. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and start getting a rescue operation to get the rest of the kids out. Done. But no. Everything can go back to the way it was. God, these kids are so stupid. By the way, they're gonna get stupider. So we found you two shivering on the roadside when he was going through Wurlit. Lucky for you, huh? If he hadn't, we'd probably be dead by now. As for us three, our parents all died in the epidemic. We'd be begging on street corners if not for him. I just wish there was a way we could repay Lord Gaius for all the kindness he's shown us. He fights for the Empire, so we should too. That'll make him proud of us. You're saying we should join the army. Again, I have known people as stupid as these kids, but that is a low percentage. I don't think it's a good idea. Everyone in Wurlit was scared of the Garleans. Why do we want to be like them? Lord Gaius is different. I know he is. He is. You're right. He always says that the strong should lead the weak. Maybe that's why he took us in. Alright, if becoming a soldier is what it takes, I'll do it. Who's with me? Count me in, and maybe one day I'll look up to other people like Lord Gaius. Yep, we get to meet Valens. Sorry, Creepfest. Creepfest. Creepfast? No, and we'll be brothers and sisters fighting for the same cause. We'll make Lord Gaius our father? If he doesn't mind us calling him that, I suppose so. That makes you our big brother since you're the oldest. Better be nice to us rather than telling father. All these kids are turbo dead. Well, only one of them is. Sorry. Father, since you've gone away, a lot has changed in the Empire. For us, too. If we'd known you were still out here, I was still alive, none of this would have happened. What do you mean? The truth is... No! We must not tell him anything! 'Cause we're stupid! If you must go, I will not stop you, but answer me this. Who is piloting the ruby weapon? We all know that Nail Van Darnus has not returned from the dead. Who do you think? It was Melisandre. No, I refuse to believe that. refuse to believe you would let that happen. She was a sister to you. To all of you. We only wanted to finish what you started. And one will never forget what you have done for us. The next time we meet, it'll be as enemies for no good reason. I'm sorry. I'm going to make fun of this entire quest chain, just so you know. I am unabashedly, unashamedly going to make fun of this quest chain the entire time. As for you, hero of Eorza, you'll pay for what you did to Melisandre. Oh, I swear it. Yes, screaming. Remember, Melisandre died screaming. That's going to come up a few times. Okay, so passing lead to Rax. I forget, is it Sapphire or Emerald next? I actually don't remember. I can switch classes now, too. Machinist! Sapphire. Okay, so yeah, in that case, I'm out. What's new here? So I'm going to have Air Anchor at this level, Bioblaster finally, and my bot is going to be upgraded, and it looks like that's actually it. And Air Anchor is just an upgrade. So the only new thing in my rotation, whoops, wrong screen, should be Bioblaster for this one. Yeah. What's this? Oh, yep, no. Okay, yep, no, cool. Oh yeah, these are up to 3 charges now, too. See, I'm used to that. And yeah, I know Bioblaster. I've actually used it a bit. The only thing I was missing was Drill and Chainsaw, which I'm still missing. And Auto Crossbow, I think, were the big things. But yeah, I'm not going to use this for Emerald. I'm going to use this... Or sorry, I'm not going to use this for Sapphire. I'm going to use this for Emerald. Because if I'm not mistaken, it is still a dot, and so it's a good thing to throw down early, right? Let me double check. Oh, I can't do it without any target. Whatever. Anyways. Story negatives. Hey, look! I've got some notes here. The weapon arc has so many issues for me. I can't believe I only gave it 1 story negative. What the hell was I thinking? It's fake drama and cutscene incompetence and just... There's another thing. There's another thing. So hang on. So we've got... Okay, so Bioblaster shares timer with Josie. I didn't know that. Come to see how your precious weapon project has been proceeding in your absence, have you? You are come to collect data on Ruby Weapon, correct? The pilot, Melisandre, should still be in the cockpit. I will ask Vodlion to escort you to the wreckage. Any idea who that is? An Imperial crony of his, perhaps? Sid. Dude. One of the orphans. Guys always did have an eye for talent and then mind to nurture. In fact, Livia Sas Junius was another protege of his. He even took me under his wing when my father became obsessed with the Meteor Project. Strange I felt closer to the guys than my own flesh and blood. Then my father and countless others lost their lives in the Boja incident. Though he was acting under Emperor Solus's orders, he masterminded the whole thing. I'd begged him to reconsider, put an end to the madness, but my words fell on deaf ears, and that's when I turned to Gaius for support. But he was as much a pawn of the Emperor as my father, and refused to intervene, and that's when my turn came to serve, I defected and fled to Eorzea. I blamed Gaius as much as any of them, perhaps even more for the barbaric acts carried out in the name of conquest, but when we met at the Praetorium, all the hatred in me that had been festering inside me seemed to fade away, and I remember the man I once respected. Gaius is like 50, isn't he? To think the dreaded Black Wolf was mere plaything of the Ascians who left him broken and disgraced, having sent thousands of his men to early graves. It's more than most could bear, and now the lives of the children he raised hangs in the balance. Any personal grievances I have with Gaius can wait. I'm gonna go gather information on the Ruby Weapon, but I'll be back as soon as I can. Yeah, Sid is much younger, which is funny. Sorry, no personal space for you guys. My bad. If Siddis says I remember him, it will not take up long to investigate. He was never one to waste time. Also, credit where credit is due. Zero out DPS me in that fight. My engineers are still in the field, but there's something I thought you should know right away. It's about the pilot. I'm not sure how to tell you this, but she's turbo dead. Screaming! If Melisandre is dead, I only hope she was not made to suffer. No, it was excruciating. Picture your body being ripped apart molecularly and just to be turned into fuel for something else. You managed 2.80, whereas I was managing 2.5. Death would have been a kindness in all my years. I've never seen such a perversion of science and nature. Her body was fused with the ruby weapon's core. Those last moments must have been pure agony as her life's essence was drained from her. Again, the reason this became a meme, the reason we started joking about this last stream, is because Gaius is like, what happened to this adopted war orphan that I cared for very deeply? And Sid's like, well, you see, the worst thing imaginable. So, she was sacrificed to power that infernal machine. Hence, she died screaming. We must act quickly for her to prevent the Empire from committing more atrocities. Lore, is there any other information you could share with us regarding Ruby Weapon prior to its deactivation? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could tell you loads about that fight. Jesus. Oh, that would be insane, Mr. Red. Yeah, and we decide... Well, we could go mount a rescue operation. We have infiltrators and the ability to try and sneak into the location where they are. We might be able to get info on it. We've got the Dome and Shinobi to find them. So we've got all the pieces in the toolkit to go rescue these people. We won't, but we could. If this technology is perfected and the Empire begins implanting the memories of renowned warriors such as the White Raven into its soldiers, the Alliance will stand a chance. Is such a thing even possible? That's more or less how that worked with the prototype Estinian Fa, was it not? Your friend did mention he overheard the Signiferi loading various sets of data into the test model during the battle, but it appears the system has been improved since then. While it may bear some similarities, we won't know for certain until we've analyzed the wreckage of the Ruby Weapon. Yeah, remember how we mentioned the Garleans weren't as bad as the Allagons? They're working on it. It cannot be denied that combining combat data from an experienced soldier with the powers of an icon has yielded remarkable results, but in doing so, the Empire has sunk to the very depths of depravity. This is beyond forgiveness. FF6 song. Once I agree with you, yet one question remains unanswered. How were they able to obtain data on someone who's killed prior to the calamity? That's what I'm trying to determine. There's one possibility I'd like to explore, but I'll need to carry a more thorough investigation first. Severo will provide support while you're in the field. Not only is she very versed in Garlean technology, there's a few soldiers I would rather have watching my back. I will shoot you, Yusinkor. I got the gun right here. In the meantime, Valdemar and I will follow the Ruby Weapon tracks back to its point of origin. Hey! So we can go rescue people, right? You know what? I talk about cutscene incompetence. What do we call story incompetence? I guess that's idiot ball, isn't it? Yeah, let's do it. Idiot ball. Would I be correct in guessing this belated reunion with those darling orphans of yours has stirred up memories of your time in Garlemald? Yeah. Remember our agreement, Gaius. If you so much as think of returning to your Imperial Masters, I will kill you. Who are you again? Yeah, there's just idiot volleyball going on here. What the heck? Oh, it's... Oh my goodness. Alright, listen. We don't have to have words, Yusinkor. Oh, I can't... I don't have untargetable AoEs. Whatever. I'll spare you this time. Because I physically can't hurt you. God damn this story arc. So put down the Ruby Weapon. God, I wish I could have seen it. Not from too close, mind. I suppose I should Report the news of your victory to the higher-ups. Yeah, sure, let me give you a summary. And then go unlock Extreme, which I've already done. Make it sound so easy from the way you tell it anyone would think you slay hulking brutes like that for a living. Well... Yeah, the War Machina fanatic, he's the one who gets the extreme fights going. So far this storyline is dumb. Let's veer off into uncomfortable territory, shall we? Because I think that's this scene. Might not be there yet. Hang on, we might still be in Dumb Land. Dumb Land engaged. You should have told him the truth. Yes, 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 you should have. That's exactly my problem, Allie. If he knew the true nature of the weapon project, he'd find some way to interfere. I know what he means by that, but that sounds like, listen, we can't let him rescue us. If he did, he would come rescue us. Good, duh! Jesus Christ. We've come too far to back down. What are you, Cypher? Sorry, I'm venting at this point. This is just cathartic. Screw this quest chain. Even means going against Father's wishes. If he rescued us. Cheer up, Alphonse. We all go back to being one big happy family after we've dealt with those pesky Eorzeans. It'll be just like old... I hate this more than Nier. I hate this so much more than Nier. Nier had moments of cool and some awesome fights. This doesn't even hold a candle to Nier. If only it were that simple, there's no guarantee any of us will make it back alive. I remember Emerald was okay, and I actually do like the diamond fight. I should. I died several times to it. Excuse me, I think you're forgetting who'll be next. Oh, ye of little faith, with me at the helm of the Sapphire weapon. It'll be over before you know it. Whatever happens, Rex, promise you'll come back for us. I couldn't bear to lose you, too. Don't worry. I, Mr. Blue Hair, and there's Emerald Hair, and there's Diamond Hair. Yeah, so, next. Sapphire. Solo only. Lunar, if you haven't left group, you're going to want to for Sapphire. I'm afraid we haven't had much in the way of information to share on the front line. Oh, by the way, I died last time on this. What do you want to bet I'm going to die this time? We have, however, received word that Gaius wished to speak with you at the Alliance headquarters. Okay. Okay. See you around, Dream Whisperer. I am not playing on a normal. Screw you. I don't know if it'll actually change anything. Because a lot of the roleplay fights don't change based on difficulty, near as I can tell. I wonder how they do that exactly. Because there's a lot... You'd think it's easy, but there's actually a lot of different ways to apply difficulty, so... Anyways, we've analyzed Ruby Weapon. Well, yeah, Rex, but what I mean by that is, like, you could apply them to the enemy, or you could apply them to you, or inverse, or whatever. Like, there's multiple ways they could apply that. They could also do a universal buff thing across everything. And yeah, there's also the Echo, which... Like, I didn't know until I was doing the review of Oblivion that Oblivion actually changes you and nothing other than you with the difficulty option. Which is just an interesting way of doing it. Our early hypotheses were correct. The Garleans have designed a system whereby... Oversold. So even a rank amateur could obtain the combat abilities of a seasoned warrior. Ugh. The monitors were still operational. Among the messages displayed, one particular phrase caught my attention. Synthetic Aurosite system. That's a good question, Tickletta. It was what exactly? Well, the core of the Ultima weapon was referred to as the Heart of Sabbac. Beat hot Sabbac, beat hot Sabbac. By the Ascians. We believe it to have been a type of Aurosite. I can't say much for the synthetic sword at this stage, but I've encountered real Aurosite before. It's extremely potent, and perhaps equal in power to the Heart of Sabbac. It's unclear whether the Garlean simulacrum possessed the same properties as genuine Aurosite, but I intend to follow this avenue of inquiry to see where it leads. Oh yeah, by the way, I decided to bow to the wisdom of chat, and I gave the Ruby Weapon fight a positive and a negative. For its good and its bad. What we do know is it was used to implement the combat data of Nail von Darnus into the pilot, presumed dead, blah, 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 blah. You know, I actually agree with that, Rax. Imagine, so this is very simple to imagine in real-life terms. I forget what the term is for this, but if you try to pump too much electricity through a circuit or a cable that can't handle that kind of voltage, it just goes because it can't handle it. So, the link didn't occur to Gaius at first, but he later told me the devices fitted to the magic armor of Empire's high-rankings officers. There's reason to believe we were designed to emulate the soul crystals used throughout Eorzea. Rumored to be its true purpose, but was never publicly acknowledged. Perhaps those of the upper echelons of command want to avoid comparisons to the so-called savages they meant to be conquering. There's also the question of whether the system even functions as intended. Well, I reckon. Wait, hang on. Right, I'm playing a machinist. Hang on. From what I've seen, we can assume they were successful in gathering combat data of those wearing armor equipped with the device. If the comparison with soul crystals is valid, perhaps this data was transferred via ether. However, it seems it extracted not only memories related to combat, but the soldier's very essence, as you saw. The pilot succumbed entirely to the will of von Darnus. I know, right, Casual? Though this is merely supposition, it's possible that being infused with the ruby weapon's core accelerated the process and caused the deceased legatus to manifest in corporeal form. Could it be the death of the pilot was caused by the system malfunctioning? Hard to say. Ruby weapon was largely intact when we deactivated it, which strongly implies if the synthetic Orside running amok killed her, rather than the damage that occurred during the battle. In other words, we didn't kill her. Also, she died screaming. But, even after analysis, I'm afraid we don't have info. Maybe we should consult Gaius. That's a good idea. What's up, Gaius? Listen, Gaius, I need to tell you that your adopted orphan daughter died screaming. It's very important. Bottle has come bearing vital information. I traced the ruby weapon's path back to the Wurlet, which appears to be where it was built. My grasp of geography is surprisingly poor. Care to enlighten me? Well, Al Amigo is placed on the western edge of the Gimlet. Wurlet lies on the opposite side to the east. It was once a proud and prosperous city until it was brought to its knees by its imperial invaders. You seem rather well informed. Maybe I should have taken you with me. I thought that much was common knowledge. It's also where Alphonse and the others were born. And now the weapon project has brought them home. The place is now rife with Imperials. They've established an airship supply depot in the coastal town of Turncliffe. Hey, I wonder what that looks like. According to the locals, something resembling one of the weapons was transported there a few days ago. This bodes ill indeed. Were it possible, I would attempt to capture Alphonse and his followers before they could launch an offensive. That's a great idea. Let's go rescue these kids. However, the distance between here and Turncliffe presents a considerable obstacle. In all likelihood, their weapon will be ready long before we arrive. Approaching by sea would allow us to save time by circumventing their ground-based troops, provided we were able to secure a vessel. So, can we... Or you could use the Enterprise. This actually gives the perfect chance to put my top-secret plan into action. Oh, I see how it is, Gigapudding. I put on some cosmetics, and all of a sudden it's the end of the world. Well, excuse me, ma'am. Might I ask what that entails? Wouldn't be much of a secret if I told you now, would it? Okay, I can say there's a starring role plan for you, Lore. Okay. Well, that's a surprise. You didn't think I'd let you off that easily, huh? Wow, that is fast. Jesus. I mean, I could think of one adoptive father that's worse than him. Than Gaius. And he's in this quest chain, too. Yep, time for G-Warrior. Of course. You know, Sid. Whatever. It's not as over-designed as Ruby Weapon was, but seriously, did it have to look like this? I will never wait, Lunaruth. I've never waited for you before. Ever, ever, ever. I don't remember this fight. I remember dying on this fight. That's what I remember. It is going to be a little tight until you go back through it. And, you know, probably turn the difficulty down. We'll see if it's easier on easy. I actually don't know. Like I said. Anyway, so we got some stuff at Azis Law. We came across it during the course of our investigation. Just said it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. It's actually Elegon design repurposed. That's why it looks that way. You refitted this relic to face the enemy head-on. Perhaps my knowledge of the Ultima weapon will be of use. I'm counting on it as it happens, but first we need to perform a test run in the simulator. So, come on. Yeah, pay attention to the little tiny text pop-ups. They'll help, Linnarith. And yeah, it was the Atma thing or whatever. I mean, I'm expecting that, honestly. So. Yeah, I gotta remember our buttons here. So that's attack. That's combo. That's line attack. With a charge. Very little damage, though. Okay, so that does that. That restores HP and EP. That reduces things while draining HP. And that gives us a buff. Okay. Oh, so this is the ranged ability, isn't it? Yep, yep, okay, got it. Got it. But I can't! It won't let me! It won't let me! I'll give you this. This is... So, we've talked many times about how you make good quests in this game. This is how you make good quests in this game, right here. Now... I can only speak personally at this point. But in my opinion, I would be okay if they got rid of the other 100 or so side quests. Maybe kept 1 or 2, you know, relevant story building, character building stuff, world building stuff. And then just spend all that time and effort making stuff like this. Because we don't get many of these, and for a reason. They take a minute to do, you know. That's another thing, but fixing that involves fixing a more core issue, which is something I do want them to do. Where's my target? Instant cast. Good to know. It would be interesting to know if they do anything like this in Endwalker. But if anybody tells me about them doing something like this in Endwalker, then they're getting mega banned. We're gonna oversoul on anybody who tells anything about Endwalker in chat. Oh, that drains mana like crazy. Look at that. Agreed, Cashel. Yeah, what's funny is you'd think this would be the easiest thing in the world to design. Alright. The Garlemald, rogue Garlean Empire Legion, as part of all the warlords going on right now, has been advancing the weapon project as a way to claim power. Cool. Done. Right? Like, just done. You're good. There you go. There's your story. Where does this nonsense about the kids and their idiocy and Creepface come in? I know, Creepface is the warlord in question, but still, what were you thinking? Okay. Sit here for a minute. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that button. There, that's the button I meant to hit. Well, that makes sense because, you know, it's the moon. And obviously there's cheese on the moon. Join us, Bergwin, for the cheese on the... Don't join us, but get some rest. Hopefully. Ugh. Okay, now, Sapphire Weapon. Hopefully that will suck slightly less this time around. Oh, that hurts. I pulled something in my neck. Sometime in the last few days. Oh, that hurts. I know that feeling entirely too well, Bragon. I'm sorry. Oh no, it's Sapphire Weapon. Seems you're expecting us, but who is the pilot? Oh, you're almost there. Have your wits about you. G-Warrior, do the thing. And I don't know. I'm not a mech pilot. Well, I'm not a mecha pilot. I am a mech pilot. Big difference. Big difference. Alright, let's do it. G-Warrior time. Time to have some tacos. Time to G-Warrior engage. I mean, there's a simple rule when it comes to these kind of mechs or mecha. This is mecha. Just embrace the cheese. Just go with it. Just have fun with it. You know? Mark IV Anti-Icon Warmock. Sapphire Weapon. Big sucker, isn't it? So why are you fighting me again? Because I'm an idiot. Oh, right. I can't afford to lose. It's all or nothing. Let me be a moron. Activating Oversoul. You just... Okay. God, you're so stupid. I'll be monitoring the situation from the air. Follow instructions. Eliminate the target. I do like the idea that they see that they're fighting us, and they're like, oh crap, quick, Oversoul. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense about all this nonsense. Exactly, Giga Pudding. Let's do it. Whoop, hang on. I could really go for tacos right now, actually, but I'm gonna get Chinese next, I think. Okay, challenge for everyone in chat. Chinese tacos, how do you do it? By the way, why do they do Regula for Sapphire Weapon? Someone explain that to me. Finally, U.S. Corp. Oh, sweet. Because his name is Hydrus. You know what? I've seen stranger reasons to do things like that, so sure. Sounds really good, actually, Cashel. Of course, I like good pot roast, so what the hell do I know? I think it's a broken leak, unfortunately, goes support. That was actually satisfying. Repeat that trick. That one worked. Where you at? Where you at? That looks really good, actually. I sincerely doubt to have anything like that here, but I'll have to look, just in case. These things. And why, while we're on the subject? Whoop, I apparently still have that targeted. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think Regula had anything like that. We just fought him like a couple weeks ago. Hell, even the General Leo thing was a bit vague. So, yeah, no, I think that fight is a positive. It's a good quest. Again, going back to what I keep talking about. Target has been silenced. Yep, now let's go rescue the pilot inside. Which we can do, because they totally didn't oversold at the beginning of the fight. By the way, I just did 29,000 DPS, so I think I qualify as a purple parser. Just saying. Now that the immediate threat has been dealt with, we should gather what information we can in Turncliffe. Damn right, I spew toxic venom. So anyways, welcome to, I actually don't remember the name of this place. Where am I? Turncliffe. There we go. Hey, what's up, former Imperial conscript? I've been separated from my family since I was forced from the army, but I was able to sneak away in the confusion. I've got you and your friends to thank for that. My main concern is Legatus Valens. Won't take this lying down. The man's like a dog with a bone. Once he sinks his teeth in, he'll never let go. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. I look forward to him dying, I hope. I should probably mention I have not finished this chain, and you're probably thinking, but you've done New Game Plus. You have to finish the chain. Yeah, I skipped every cutscene after the point we got to last time. So, while I know the diamond fight, because I did it, and I had to do it, thank you again everyone for joining me for that, but, I don't know anything that happened story-wise at all. So, I'm not sure where this story is going. Most of the 7th Legion troops withdrew before you arrived. I expect they're regrouping somewhere ready to retake the town. I even heard one of the members of the weapon project is hiding somewhere in town. You did, Rax, and so I can kind of put a few pieces together there, but that's a scene I haven't seen, so I'm assuming it's in that bundle. You cannot help but feeling there was a simpler way to defeat the weapon. Maybe shooting at the head with a large cannon would suffice? Get it? Alright. I must admit, I envy your talents. Would that I possess even a fraction of your skill, that I could better serve Gaius. You did well to pilot the G-Warrior so adeptly in so short a time. Yeah, well, it's like my 5th time doing it. With the weapon largely intact, Sid and his researchers should be able to gather a wealth of information before it's dismantled. Maybe we should take one last look at our fallen foe. Remember that giant freaking cannon back in Stormblood? I think that thing actually is bigger than Ruby. We should have known Father and his friends will track us down sooner or later. Now they're at our doorstep and the Sapphire weapon still isn't ready. Even so, it should be able to fend them off or buy us time. Oh my God, you are so stupid. Not quite how I imagined it, but it seems as good a way to die as any. Rex, Yeah, what's up? What's up, hairball? Rakan, why are you still here? You're supposed to be moving the other weapon to a safe location. You can take care of that while I pilot Sapphire. Oh no, they swapped up the hair on us. That's not allowed. How dare you, sir? My hair is blue, not yours. Besides, it's incomplete. It can barely perform basic maneuvers. It'll be practically useless in a real fight. We have a solution. Oversoul! Hang on. I need something to do with the rest of this quest. Give me a minute. Okay. I'm okay. I think I can make it. You want to end up like Melisandre? Of course not. I wouldn't wish that on our worst enemy. I just haven't been drinking enough. But she didn't give her life in vain. The ruby weapon left behind data that's been used to improve the system to prevent further malfunctions. You're so stupid. What difference does that make? Once Oversoul's activated, the pilot fuses with the core. There's no way back. That's why I need to be the one to pilot Sapphire, not you, Rats. Alphonse needs you. I should probably mention I don't know who pilots Diamond. Don't tell me. I'm curious. Because I have a theory. You and I both know I'm the least qualified pilot we have. There's less to lose if I don't make it back. No, I won't let you. I want to die screaming. Please, Rex, hear me out. Ever since we were children, I was the smallest, the weakest, too afraid to stand up for myself. I had a big, powerful backstory that I will give in extensive dramatic terms, so please, let me be the one to die screaming. You be the one to get out of here. Alive. Do it for me. Do it for Melisandre. This is... Okay, hang on. Sorry, I had a little bit of toxic in my mouth. I'm giving this cutscene a negative. Just this one. You always did have a stubborn streak. Alright, I won't let you down. I will let you die screaming. Yeah, just both get in the cockpit. There's tons of room in there. There's way too much room in there. You've made me happier than I have any right to be. Now, find my purpose. Screaming. Come on, Sapphire. Let's give Father something to remember us by. Hey, Gaius, I've got some news for you. The Echo, I presume. What did it reveal to you? Do you really want to know? Icon, my poor boy. You were braver than most could ever hope to be. Your son is dead! Sid's coming up. Screaming? Did someone die screaming? It's as we feared. He actually comes up. Oh my god, it stopped being a meme. He's just doing it. They're just... Why would you tell me that? Why? We must find the remaining weapons and end this. You know what's really sad? Like, let me pull back from the cathartic punching bag, which this is, for a moment, and just say how I wish this storyline was actually good. Think about that for just a moment. Think about if this really was a serious story about Gaius facing the consequences of, you know, his actions in the past and having to come to grips with them and all that stuff. There's a lot of potential here. I know what you're thinking, but how, Lore? Remove the kids from the piloting. Remove the kids from the weapon program entirely. The weapons are being developed by Valens as his ploy to claim power as a warlord. As a complete coincidental consequence of everything that's been going on, a lot of troops have been moved around between legions because of all the chaos leading up to the death of Varys and all the chaos after the death of Varys. Why is that relevant? Because all of a sudden a lot of those kids were here or there or wherever. So as we kind of reclaim Imperial facilities, we find remains or corpse rooms. You know, when you've got a whole room laid out to try and identify the troops. You know what I'm talking about? I forget the official term for that, but every military member of my family always calls those corpse rooms. Because you just go in and you pull down the bag a little bit to see who it is to identify, right? To try and the medics go through to catalog the dead, right? And so we start finding some of his kids there. And it's like, oh my god. And then Gaia starts to see this consequence and see this reality and see what they're doing with his research, with that over there. And this is all just smashing him in the face. And I wouldn't have all of them be dead. There would be some survivors because I'm not that horrible. But, you know, there would still be that smack in the face of the fact that some of his children died as he would feel because of him, as a knock-on effect of the choices he made, right? And yeah, maybe have some of them be mechanics. Maybe some of the reason we figure out what's going on with the weapon program is because one of the people in this very base we just reclaimed was one of the kids, who was one of the mechanics, who was working on the weapon project and help us figure out what to do with the next one, Emerald, who helps us with the next one, Diamond. You could see the construction of that story, right? You could see the plot design there. And that's just literally right off the top of my head. I could probably come up with more if you really gave me time to workshop it. In fact, there could be a threat that, you know, there's one person still at Valens' place, and that person is being threatened with being oversold. You know, like maybe Valens uses oversoul as a way to maintain power, like as a punishment. You know, if you don't do what you're doing, we're going to put you in an oversoul thing, stuff like that, right? Anyways, I understand the two of you have been acquainted since his days as the Black Wolf. He claims to have shed his pelt when he took up the hunt for Ascians, but he's still the same man deep down. He certainly kept quiet about having a flock of foster children in the Empire, though. It seems he would rather bare his teeth to the former masters than allow harm to come to them. Yet try as I might, I cannot make sense of it. Does he truly fight for good of mankind, as he would have us believe? Or is he merely biding his time before he reveals his true colors? Whatever the answer may be, in the end he will always be a Garlean, and though there may be honorable men and women among them, I have suffered much and more as a result of their conquests. Barbaric campaigns in which Gaius Belsar played no small part. Oh yeah, the tone! I don't even know how to describe it. Imagine one of those really hyper bouncy balls that, you know, you just drop and it bounces almost up to the full height that you dropped it at. Imagine you just throw that as hard as you can at the wall, and that's the tone of this story arc. My first encounter with the Garleans was 20 years ago, shortly after the fall of Alamigo. They continued their march into the lands that had long been home to we Duskwights. We sought to repel the invaders, but we were woefully unprepared. Our bows and arrows were no match for their magitech, and even our most powerful magics did little to slow their advance. I fought on the front line, but was knocked unconscious in the opening exchange. When I came to, I was alone. The rest of my unit slaughtered. I hurried back to my village to look for my wife and daughter, only to find the place deserted. My search lasted for days and weeks and months, and it seemed they had all disappeared without a trace. I finally learned that 2 Imperials held at Bittermill that the villagers had been captured and used as test subjects for Black Rose. They were never seen again. For 20 long years I roamed aimlessly with nothing but deep hatred to keep me alive, and I eventually found myself at the Order of the Twin Adder, who offered me a place amongst their ranks. The desire for revenge was the only thing I had going left, so without a moment's hesitation, I accepted. Were it not for the war with Garlemald, I would have been loath to work alongside the city-dwelling Gridanians who for so long had treated my kind as outcasts, but none of that mattered anymore. It all culminated with Operation Archon. You led the charge of the Praetorium, and we were right behind you. And when the place came crumbling down, most of us were caught in the rubble. I escaped with my life, though many others were less fortunate. Yeah, exactly, Reggie. Having dragged myself free of the rubble, I sought a way out. It was then I encountered none other than Gaius von Belsar, on verge of death. The gods had delivered to me the man whose conquest had robbed me of everything. I was poised, ready to exact my revenge, and then he spoke. I will not beg for mercy. I only ask you stay your hand a while longer. I cannot die until I have rid the world of the Ascian menace. For millennia, mankind has danced to their tune, but no more. Then once we are finally free, my life is yours for the taking. I would have struck him down then and there had I not sensed the truth in his words. So I decided to grant him a stay of execution and join him on his hunt. All this time, I've kept a close eye on Gaius. Though he is ever on the watch for pursuers, he has granted me ample opportunity to slay him if I choose. And I still might if he shows the slightest sign of betraying our agreement. But for now, the Ascians are my chosen quarry. They are indeed the one pulling the Empire's strings. It shall not end until they have been eradicated. Every last one. Well, don't worry, there's only one left. Though I could not save my kin, there are those who may yet be spared the horrors of war. Unfortunately, dealing with the Ascians will have to wait while we bring an end to the weapon project. Although we vanquished 2 of the weapons... yeah, we've already killed 2 of these damn things. We must make every effort to prepare for whatever the Garleans throw at us. Maybe Severa can tell us what they've uncovered. Listen, just give me this, okay? There's one left. Just one. And he wants to die, so we got this. Success. Very Mediterranean looking, isn't it? Kind of Spanish. I'd rather you didn't share what we discussed with my traveling companions. Yeah, sure. What's your story, Severa? The Ironworks engineers are still at work dismantling the Sapphire weapon and investigating Turncliffe Magitech facility. Although they have yet to make their report, they may have some news to share at this juncture. Please wait a moment. Yeah, sure. We've yet to finish our investigation, but I can give you a preliminary report. Anything of note? Well, they died screaming. Glare. I mean, before abandoning the facility, they'd attempted to destroy anything they couldn't take with them, including many of their research materials. Luckily, some information relating to Sapphire's combat data was intact. Judging by what we saw in the battle, it was extracted from Regula von Hydrus, correct? His name is Hydrus. It also appears Sapphire was in an incomplete state and therefore unable to perform at full capacity. Even so, it was immensely powerful. Had they been given the chance to finish it before we had arrived, who knows how it would have ended. Indeed, we may not be so fortunate next time, so we must prepare for the worst. The Ironworks will continue to investigate the Sapphire weapon and look into countermeasures. We'll see you in a patch, or 2. Patches, excuse me. The echo afforded you a glimpse of conversation. Do you remember any other details? Why, yes, actually. Explain, explain, explain. Improvements that were made to synthetic aurosite to prevent malfunctions. That it was never their intent to create a manifestation of Nail. There's one thing that was intended. Oversoul. Its activation results in the pilot being absorbed by the core, killing them in the process. Rex and Rykon were aware of this, were they not? Yeah, they were really stupid. And the death of the pilot was by design all along. Alphonse, how could you? Sacrificing your own siblings to fuel these accursed war machines. Yeah, this is messed up. Nothing is more precious than family. This nightmare is far from over. Yeah, true words. It appears Rex has fled with the remaining weapons, and we can assume Alphonse has every intention of sending them into battle. We must find a way to disable them before Oversoul can be activated. I've seen enough death. I don't want to see any more. Me, the Lich King over there, slowly slides away. No time to waste. Let's be about it, guys. Severa, you're in charge. Keep Sid and his team safe while they carry out the investigation. Understood. Please see that no harm comes to Gaius. Also, she's a Lancer, I just noticed. Or a Dragoon, but probably a Lancer. Listen, Rex. While you're gone, I should need to relay everything to the Resistance troops. Your first town account should prove useful. If there's any developments, we'll be the first to contact you. Can I... No, I'm not going to do it. Never mind. Change my mind, change my mind. Shut up, Tara. If any other weapons have been moved elsewhere, the locals must have seen the direction in which they were headed. At this stage, any information at all will be other than what we have, which is nothing. Now, you can be a level 80 Lancer. Brax, if you could literally demonstrate this if you had to. This game. Do it, Rax. Give it. Give it. Wait. You know what? Hang on. Dragoon. Let's just unequip that. Hang on. I forget how to unequip everything. Hang on. Is all this... What do I have that's Dragoon specific? Oh, damn, it's my weapon! No! It's the same thing it was back in ARR. Did I keep it? I doubt I did. I would have no reason to. Damn! No! You win this time. Alright, everything's according to plan. Yeah, everything's great. Everything's so cool. Arguably, yes, Dream Whisperer, which might explain why he is a tank, a healer, and a DPS all in one. Meanwhile, oh god, is it time for Creepface? Is it time for Creepface? God damn it, it's time for Creepface. So here's Creepface, doing one-finger push-ups. Gotta show off that liquid. God, this is... And he's doing one-finger push-ups without his shirt on while forcing the kids to stand there and attend to him. That's already all you need to say about how creepy this is. You don't even need to go past that point. Right there. Boom. Done. This is messed up. I have come to deliver my port, Lord Creepface. I'm just gonna call him that. Gotta show off that liquid tech we just added. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what they do with it in the future. So have you returned, young Alfred? Or was it Alwick? Got it, so you're a dick in addition to being a creep. Not that it matters, of course. I heard you and your darling brothers and sister have allowed the sapphire weapon to fall in the hands of the enemy. Do tell me it isn't so. I'm afraid it is the case, Lord Valens. Sorry, Lord Creepface. Oh, come on now. No need to be so sullen. As they say, to err is to human, to forgive divine. And you know how forgiving I can be when it suits me. Ah, milk! Milk! Delicious milk. Yes. Tell me, whatever your name is, who was able to best the sapphire weapon? Our sources indicate the one known as the Warrior of Light was assisted by Cid Garland and Gaius van Balsar, my lord. Gaius. Yes, it seems he's quite the troublemaker of late, defecting from Garlemald's, assassinating the Emperor. Whatever next? Oh well, no use crying over spilt milk. Speaking of which, I've become quite the connoisseur since arriving on Warlit. This particular variety comes from a rare breed of cow, you know. Only 100 of them in existence and pampered every day of their lives. Yes, they're quite valuable until their milk dries up. When it does, they're sent to the slaughterhouse like all the rest, for that is their lot in life. To be discarded once they have served their purpose. Did I create the ruby and sapphire weapons so you could deliver them gift-wrapped to the enemy? Oh, I can see it now. Cid non Garland rubbing his hands with glee at all the technological marvels we've bestowed upon him. And you let him, of all people, get the better of you. How do you think reflects on me? The legatus of the 7th Legion, humiliated by that traitor. Humiliated, I say. Ah. He does not deserve this song. There's only one way to deal with worthless provincial filth like you. Wait for me in the correction chamber. Okay, that's strike 3 now. He has something called a correction chamber. You need to be taught in obedience, in a lesson in obedience. Yes, my lord. My lord, your lighting is weird. It keeps hiding your face for no good reason. Time flies when you're whipping useless soldiers into shade. Yes, I'll be along once I've made myself presentable. Can't have people think I'm letting my standards slip now, can I? Really? He's just so much better than me. Oh my god. Why are you? What are you doing here? You wish to see me, Lord Creepface? Did I? No. Yeah, I'd honestly take Ranjit over this asshole. Ah, yeah, that's right. I love how he's got a frickin' iPad. You're Howley, yeah? Join the military of your own free will, fellow orphans. Okay, cool. Listen, such devotion. You're such an inspiration, you are. See, it's my firm belief. Love grants us the power to move mountains, to overcome any obstacle. Together we'll discover the strength that lies in you. Take my hand, child. I'll show you the way. For I am Lord Creepface. So, some people would argue that someone being written like Creepface is a good thing. I do not agree with that. Then, there's a lot of reasons why. And I've actually already said it all before. So, forgive me for repeating myself. But, to repeat myself completely, there's such a thing as going too far when it comes to writing. Now, how far is too far depends on the work in question. You know, if there's a Dark Souls game which has something really, really tragic and death, just torture doom in it, no one's going to bat an eyelash. But, frankly, FF14, which is a mature storytelling, but not edgy storytelling, I think absolutely and without question, even before we discuss the other aspects of this character, this is going too far. Then you add in what we talked about with regards to Idiot, sorry, I was reading my notes. Hate sinking. This is not a good hate sink character. This is a please hate me, please hate me, please hate me, One note, nothing, which isn't even used properly. Or yeah, a disgust sink. That's actually a good way to put that. I'm pleased to report we've figured out some stuff. Please go there. Cool. I think you can invite me, by the way. I'm not sure. A milk sink? Yeah, no, this is a get off my screen character from what I've seen of him. And that's the important distinction. Now, what that is and how that works varies based on specifics, but the long and the short of it is, there's characters that you love to despise, and then there's characters that you don't want to see any more of. And Valen's is a get off my screen character. And yeah, I haven't even seen the last part, so we'll see if that goes through. A lot of my notes on this are in italics right now. Yeah, Asahi, for all of my frustration with him, was a good hate sync character. Valen's is not. Yeah, Vothri, that's a beautiful example of a character that you enjoy despite hating, right? Though the Imperials may be gone, the scars that have left this once peaceful town will doubtless take many years to heal. It seems Sid is not in the habit of saying the same thing twice, which must be why he's waiting for you to reveal the rest of his investigation, excuse me. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Severa informed him. Correct. Well, some of them are, Loke. And by some of them, I mean... one of them, which is note 26. The rest are things I just jotted down. So what have you discovered? To tell you the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths to which the Imperials went to covering their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We know the code names to the three weapons, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Obviously you're familiar with the first two, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, it confirms the existence of another abomination. At the very least. Problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported by land or air, which leaves only one option, the sea. According to what fragmented data we were able to recover, Emerald is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like Sapphire, meaning that its escape from Turncliffe has gone undetected and could potentially be anywhere. But if Alphonse has plans to absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. But we just fixed that problem in the future, and by traveling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front line at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocobos, Severa. It seems the Emerald was still incomplete when the 7th withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely it was transported to another facility to add finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, we have two possible locations, Castrum Marinum and Castrum Occidens, which you're aware of both of those places. Both of which are known to harbor remnants of the 14th, your former subordinates. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Vaudeline, you and Severa will make your way to Occidens. Lore and I will head for Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we'll give the signal to dispatch G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing the damage sustained during the encounter with Sapphire. While Alagon machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. Yeah, tell me about it. We've actually been working to expand its impressive arsenal, but the G-Warrior is in no state for combat, so while I'm aware this is far from an adequate replacement, I can provide an Ironworks submarine to help Laura and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one sent to Vesper Bay. God, it's barotrauma all over again. A submersible! I don't like the sound of that. Maybe we should consider ourselves fortunate our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Dude, have you played barotrauma? It's time we departed. Let's make our way to Vesper Bay. Honestly, Ducat is a good love-to-hate character, too. Especially considering what he was intended to be. In the event my attempt to bypass the security fails, this submersible has the best chance to withstand weaponry long enough for us to escape. It uses some sort of levitating hand-like appendages, 6 of them, in fact. We're not sure what purpose they serve. It sounds like having eyes in the back of your head might come in handy, but that's all we know. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon is indeed transported to the castrum, we would need to enter via dry dock. We shall do so likewise. As one might expect, there are measures to keep in place to keep out intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating this facility is merely the first step. Should the emerald weapon be activated, it's only a matter of time before the pilot uses oversoul. I hate to jump in here, but shouldn't our objective be, like, get the pilot out first? I know, that sounds like such an easy thing to do, but honestly, I'm pretty sure we could penetrate the armor to get the pilot out. Maybe. It's at least worth trying. I don't know. Whatever. I mean, he just mentioned right there, and I quote, "We must silence the War Mothra before this happens, and failing that, grant them a mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I would have gone with you, but I fear I'd only slow you down. As such, I shall provide what support I can from afar." Oh, wow, that was fast. Yeah, I'm at Emerald. While we wait for Ludinea Ruth, I will be right back. I'm going to grab a fresh water. You know, I just had a thought. Before I answer Cashel's statement. Because you're right, Hojo is a good 8-sync character. But, well, I mean, the problem is describing it it requires generic terms. In other words, non-specific terms. Hojo has charisma. Valen's does not. What's the difference? Now, Hojo is helped by having 2 excellent voice actors. Whereas Valen's is not voice acted. I've said it before and I've said it again. In fact, I've said it during this very review of FF14. Voice acting helps. There are so many characters, which I guarantee you, if it was just text on a screen, we wouldn't like them nearly as much. That was the other thing I was going to point out. Hojo, like it or not, is not a one-dimensional character. He might not be fully 3-dimensional, but he is definitely, at the very least, a 2-dimensional character. Valen's is absolutely a one-dimensional character. And while that can work, it also means you have less to develop him. You have less to make him interesting or flesh him out or whatever, right? Anyways, I had a thought. Something that happens semi-frequently, specifically in games, is the idea that we have a story idea of, you know, X over here. And we have game idea of Y. And these things are not compatible. So what we're going to do is we're going to smash them together for no good reason. If that makes any sense. That's what this feels like. This feels like this should be a subtle, infiltrate-y kind of a story. This feels like this is something that should be Thancred's side story, while he works with Gaius to slowly infiltrate the Empire, get these kids out, figure out what's going on with the weapon, sabotage the weapon, right? That's what this story is structured like. Yeah, this should be Metal Gear Thancred, exactly. Instead, we end up every story by walking up and being like, bam, 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 because we have to have our weapon fights. So, and I know this happens in MMOs in particular, because MMOs are a little bit more limited in what structure their story arcs could be. And so it felt like they wanted to do Metal Gear Thancred, didn't have anywhere else to put it, and just kind of crudely slapped it onto the weapon arc instead. And so it flops. Now, Silly Idea mentioned something else, too, which I'll agree with. Valen's... This is harder to describe, but... Okay, hang on, let me think about this for a minute. Do you remember the very first scene we saw in the first, when we hit the first, it was like at the third zone, I believe, right after we had our first Ranjit cutscene. At the very end, you just saw Emmett Selk sitting there, and he's like, well, this throws things into a bit. But, you know, maybe I could try something else this time. I'm not doing it justice, but you remember that little tidbit, that little outro right at the end of that cutscene? What that did was that laid down bricks. It left hooks in narrative terms. There's indications that there's more there. So even with that first real indication of Emmett Selk, we already have hooks that indicate that there's more to the character. This is the difference between Hojo and Valens. Hojo, in multiple of his interactions, even in FF7R1, they accomplished this, by the way. Brilliant portrayal of Hojo in FF7R1, by the way. But there's indications that there's something else there. The way he talks and the things he mentions, he references things we don't know about. He mentions things we don't know about, and so we know that there's more to him. We automatically know this is a character that there's going to be some depth to because because we see cracks of it, right? There's none of that for Valens. So there you go. We've gotten out of generic land and into specific writing territory. There's nothing that Valens does that indicates there's anything more to his character other than he's a creep, which is well established in the scene we saw, and actually that's it at the moment, to be completely blunt. To my knowledge, we don't even know that he has aspirations to be emperor yet. That he's one of the warlords. So there you go. Objectively bad writing with Valens. Go figure. This will be fun. Oh yeah, one last thing. If you're going to have a one-dimensional character that has a decent amount of screen time or has a significance to the story, in other words, something other than a one-off NPC, you need to add something to them. There needs to be, generally charisma is a good answer, but there needs to be something that makes them interesting so they justify their screen time. Even Voldemort, for being as one-dimensional as he is, had a lot going for him, both in the books and especially in the movies, where Ralph Fiennes just absolutely cheeses it up every time he's on screen. Sorry, Ralph Fiennes, I keep forgetting how to pronounce that. I've been expecting you here, Eorcia. Look, Father, this is the power we command. Yeah, exactly, Astamine. The Mark V, Anti-Icon War Machina, Emerald Weapon. Hey, kid, if you jump out right now... Okay. Whatever. What do we do? Oh, we have 3 tanks! Whoa. Why do we have 3 tanks? No tacos! No more tacos! It's burrito day. Alright, so that was the Emerald Weapon fight. We apparently also didn't min eye level. I am DPSing. I can do this. I can not DPS. Wow, I can't do any AoEs as this class. Linnea, hit your, whatever your button is that pulls up your Q, your roulette button, and there'll be a leave button on the window that pops up. I mean, based on the Ultima weapon, it makes a degree of sense that, you know, the Ruby and Sapphire and Emerald and Diamond would all have a pilot. There's a logic to that in-universe. It's okay, we don't have too much materia on. Ugh. Okay, take 2. I'm just gonna skip the cutscene this time. I don't want to see Idiot Face being an idiot. Why did he leave immediately? He was right there. Look. Machinist. Okay. Right. Sorry, I had to put myself in the mindset there for a second. What class I'm playing. Flamethrower for no reason. Yeah. I'm not gonna do that. Whoop. Oh yeah, I remember this nonsense. I'm pretty sure I died on this fight last time. Yeah, kind of like that. And two exactly that. Oh yeah. Don't worry, we're gonna die again in a minute here. Death! Death, brethren. Yeah, this fight's actually kind of mean. Don't worry, we're all screaming here! We all scream down here. Whoops, I did not mean to hit that button. Oh, that was awful timing. I do like this song, by the way. That caused me pain. Giga Pudding, my life is in your hands. Wait. I just realized that's a bad idea now! Yeah, that's what killed me last time. That's exactly what killed me last time. Listen to the lyrics, Linnea Ruth. Big fat tacos and big fat tacos. Like, it fits weirdly well in English. But don't type anything right now, just keep being alive for the moment. I do like how this attack looks. This is actually a good camera angle to really show this attack off. This could be interesting. Nope, we're okay, we're okay. Thank you. Oh, bull crap, that hit me. To be honest, I didn't see what happened there. Just gonna be totally legit. Didn't even see that one coming. Look, I'm just saying, Final Code, I can make tacos happen. Concentrate on keeping people alive before rezzing. Especially since there's still stuff like that going out. that. I'm just gonna be invincible for a second while that hits. There we go. Thank you, invincibility thing. Thank you, FF14, for being well designed in some respects. Shut up. Okay, I wasn't ready for that. I didn't realize they would AoE upon hitting somebody. See, I see it this time. Ugh. This character? I do not. Of course I don't. Moron. Yep. How do magnets work? I mean, we've taken a lot of deaths, so if we hit the enrage, that's going to be understandable. Do we have a melee? We do not have a melee. Sure. Orders. Nope, general. There it is. Then break. Done. Boop. Bandit! Well, my timing was the worst in the universe, but, you know, nothing I can do about that, really. Oh, I think I actually did hit it. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize we'd have no melee on this setup. Alright, now expect those $15 for killing Rax there by convincing him to talk. A little rough, but good job overall. Not even you could beat the Empire's finest. Sacrificing myself for no good reason. God, you're stupid. This is goodbye! I love how it's always activated by slamming the console. Like, picture that for a second. Wait. Of course, it has the same golden thing he did. Why wouldn't it? Swirl it at the time of the invasion. Could the synthetic RSite be causing this? Yeah, this is the illusion glamour thing I already mentioned. So, I don't remember this phase nearly as well as the last one. And I died a lot of times in the last phase, so it should be fun. Alright, leave Rax dead, first thing. Wait. Rax should donate to get rest. Oh my god, that would be the most horrible game mechanic ever. Okay. You two probably don't want to be... Yeah, that. Oh, okay. Okay, that's hell. We're okay. Everything's okay here. How are you? Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Bregwin donates to lose to Reslin Eru. That would be such a terrible gameplay mechanic, and the best part is that actually is a gameplay mechanic in several Movage games, so that is exactly as horrible as it sounds. In action. Pray that I'm lined up here. Nope, apparently not. Oh, okay. Cute. Very cute. Please don't let me forget that, Bregwin. I got a lot else on my mind right now. There was a story about Mega Man once. I swear this is relevant. The way it portrayed him was that he was terrible at combat, but he was incredible at analysis. I'm saying that wrong, but the idea was anytime you hit him with something, he would essentially Borg adapt to it. And you couldn't hit him anymore with that. I don't mean just like an attack. I mean like he would say, oh, well this attack is going to come at this velocity, and this angle, and this such and such. So I would be able to calculate exactly how to dodge that attack perfectly every time. There were limits to it, obviously. You can dodge like a nuclear blast or whatever. But for combat robots, they couldn't touch them. It was an interesting take on it. I'm bringing this up because I wonder if that's kind of like in canon how the Warrior of Light, you know, handles this telegraphy stuff. Oh, I can't believe that didn't hit me. I'm gonna move mine to the wall. I'm gonna go all the way to the wall. This is me. This is me. Oh, just a little bit too close. Damn, right on the edge. Sorry. Sorry. Blue fire around here for some reason. What? Oh. That was confusing. Bregwin just donated to leave me dead and not res me. So, actually, that was a really good run. I know that sounds weird considering how messy that was, but we still did that in one shot. So, yeah, take that. Good attempt. Good run. Good job. And thank you, Bregwin. Very much, as always. I popped it down for WoW BC. Or rather, WoW BC and WoW Wrath, because that's how it is now. Hi, Linnea Ruth. Yeah, I was screaming too, just not audibly, obviously. Yeah, no, that's a hell of a fight. I died on the last time we did this too, so, you know. And we weren't doing it minimum eye level last time, although I think it was kind of new. Yeah, no, that's a good damn fight. Oh, were we doing it day one? Well, never mind. I guess technically I've only ever done this at minimum eye level. And so it ends. But why would Rex throw his wife away for this? That's a good damn question. It's because he's a moron. You're right. If I'm ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we don't need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. Galls me to think my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nevertheless, my observations I made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. No, he's in a different story, Mr. Ed, so there's kind of a bit of a cross-stream thing going on. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known the Alliance would follow the Emerald Weapon here sooner or later and made good their escape. Meaning the way is now clear for Cid to inspect the War Machina's remains. We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this. Yep. That's a thing. From what we know, it seems the Emerald Weapon was ilm for ilm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th will conceive of next. Nevertheless, Lore has once again proven himself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear that Castrum Occidens is free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it was also devoid of leads, so we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we never found the Emerald Weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I hope he's finally at peace. We will do what we can to spare others from sharing his fate. We don't want anyone else to die screaming. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to have left a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. Okay. With that in mind, I'll begin my examination of the Emerald Weapon. Carefully, that is. Oh yeah, and one gameplay positive for Machinist. Unfortunately or not, it's even less changed than Summoner was. Summoner at least had a final rotation. Machinist is merely still good. There's effectively nothing different about it other than we have Bio Blaster as an alternative to Drill, and that's kind of it. The extra charges are neat and certainly help with the initial, but functionally it is the same class. No, yeah, you're right. By the time we get to 80, we're good, right? Like, I imagine every class will get a plus at 80. It'd be surprising if there was one that didn't. Alphonse, you knew all along, didn't you? Milician, Twitface and Recon, everyone except me. Yes, we all knew that we were dying horribly. Don't you mean screaming? Shut up. That's what the synthetic Orosite system is. It's a fusion between pilot and core. It's the key to Oversoul. Unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. Oh my god! They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought that if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try to stop us. Of course I would, but I don't understand why it is you're also willing to give your lives for the weapon project. What's it all for? You ready for this? You ready for their brilliant, genius plan? It all began the day my father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. Because, you know, despair engine. But their cruelty pales in compared to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project gives us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. You're stupid. We want you to see this new world for yourself. That's why we give our lives, so that you can see this new world. But why me? Even after the years spent serving the Empire has changed all of us except for you. Even after everything we've seen, you're still the caring, innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us. Oh my god, you're right, Giga Pudding! I know, Okay. Real quick. You remember the cutscene? It's a very minor spoiler, but you remember how there's a cutscene in Kingdom Hearts 3 where one of the kids drop kicks one of the villains? I want you to imagine in the middle of this dark, serious cutscene with all these people being like, this is the only way I can survive. You just see Rax come sprinting into the room full tilt, and they just turn like, who's that? And then Rax just drop kicks him right in the face in slow-mo and everything. Hey, loser! Allie, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now's your chance to get out of here. Then why won't you come with me? You don't understand. We're stupid. No, he brings up the only possible complaint. If we were to run away now, they'd force others to take our place. Now, that's still stupid. There's plenty of good reasons to still flee, but I don't expect you to use your brain. You're in a terrible story. We all know brains have no place in terrible stories. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlet's freedom. That's why we're going to fight Father and us. You know how you grab a normal person by the ears? A human, I should say, by the ears? I just feel like grabbing one of them by their horns and just dragging them off to the corner, facing them in the corner. Just sit here. Think about what you did. Yep, we're gonna use the weapon. And we're gonna leave her in the holding cells. Yeah, keep in mind they are not facing a lifetime of abuse. It's not been that long. It's been a bit, but you know. Yeah, let's leave her in the brig. Win or lose, our plan is to hand her over the castrum to Father. That's why we decided to fight them in the Emerald Weapon the moment they showed up, because they'll take Allie into custody before the Garleans return. Well, you'll be free to pilot the Emerald Weapon without her interfering. We can't let her interfere with the completion of the weapon project. You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you, too. We both know I can't win without it. You can't win in general! I'm sorry, can I jump in real quick? You notice how in lore we've beaten a lot of enemies solo? You notice how it took, canonically, 8 other people and some assistants in both the case of Emmett Selk and Elidibus, right? I'm only pointing that out because I kind of like how it showed that even as strong as we are, there are some things we can't solo. But there's still a lot of things we could solo, because remember, canonically, we're beating each of these weapons solo. Please, help me walk through this. Help me out here, okay? Alright, we're going to develop the weapon project, and I'm going to stay behind to pilot the weapon, and she's going to be in there, and that way we'll turn over the facility to the good guys, and Father, and when they, okay, so that's all part of the plan, and then when the good guys and Father shows up, we'll try to murder them with the weapon. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. You know what? Negative to Rex for being a goddamn idiot. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but she's been through quite an ordeal. Yeah, he died screaming, by the way. No. Actually, to really make it happen. She's there on her knees, tears screeching out, and Sid leans in, screaming. Guys, once we've extracted the core, we'll get back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us? There's no use in her staying here. I know I'm kind of unleashing on this, but I want to stress, this story is terrible. There is precious little good about this story arc. And this is a Shadowbringers story arc. For all the complaints I've had about Shadow, and there have been a few, this one sequence is worse than... Hang on, let me math. This one sequence is close to half the negatives of the entire rest of Shadowbringers. And I stand by that. Oh yeah, that's so far. We're not done yet. So, when she is ready, I will know what her brother hopes to achieve and why he is resorting to such desperate measures. Ellie's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. It's one other thing I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw her back is covered in welts and bruises. Because, of course, Phelan's is also a child abuser. That makes this so much better. Oh, whew. Okay, I take back all those negatives. Adding child abuse to a story automatically makes it dark and mature. We all know this. Therefore, this has to be a good story. QED. You speak as though you've seen this before. Seen? I've lived through this! So now we get Severa's story arc. I was born in Wurlit some 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Nothing else needed to be added to that sentence. Though I knew very little about him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our family ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into this world. Still, it's more than can be said for most of his ilk. Okay. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Wurlit, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought if I was to become an imperial soldier, my position would deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear, so I joined the army. Yeah, speaking of someone who actively dislikes Evangelion, this is worse. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, and my superiors were rather quick to blame any perceived shortcomings on my savage lineage. Rather than waste time on official court-martials, they administered their own form of corporal punishment. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion under Zenas Galvas in Alamigo. In the chaos that followed her defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee Wurlit. I'm sorry, who did Banri Oda write? Or what did he write other than this? She? It? I don't know. Because, yeah, what the crap hell is this nonsense? By the way, could someone tell me how to spell the name of the Duskwhite from earlier? My mother had, for many years, suffered poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, they denied her treatment, claiming it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Wurlit. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered my reason for my return. I was never accepted by my countrymen to begin with. Found as far as my legs can take me, and that's when I met Gaius, who doesn't give a crap about any of that crap, which is why, despite everything in ARR and here, despite all the garbage, despite all the villainy that Gaius has done, I will always give Gaius 100 times more credit than practically anyone else in this freaking game on the Imperial side, because he at least does not buy in to the, let's call it what it is, lie that has been culturally ingrained into Garleans for literally generations, deliberately as part of the despair engine thing we've talked about before. Maxima is pretty legit. He's awesome. And so is Sid, and there's others. But my point is, if you remember, there's a line where Maxima mentions that he finds it difficult to accept that we're not savages. He does accept it. You know, it's cool. He's with it. But, you know, he still has to fight against it. Gaius, by contrast, just doesn't give a crap about that. It sickens to me to think I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak, yet there are those who become drunk on power afforded their station, and prey on those they should protect. Like a canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Yep. Even those with Garlean blood, such as myself, are subjected to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt of the Al-Ra, an easy target for abuse, being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Allie thought she would spare such treatment if she joined the army. Alas. I want you... okay. Hold up. Pause. I'm going to give this story arc some credit, some very minor credit. And believe it or not, it's all on Gaius. The way they portray just him and his reaction to these events is actually pretty good, all things considered. This is hitting him like a ton of bricks, as it should. And he is very clearly very bothered about everything that's going on, and is trying very hard to deal with it and move forward with it. So I'm almost assuredly going to give him a story positive as a result of all this crap. I just mentioned that because I feel like that might have been the nugget of the idea of this, and then they decided to just come up with idiocy in order to support it and not think about it because they were busy. I don't know, that happens. Sometimes writers are just in a hurry. Brennan Braga is a good writer, but he also wrote Enterprise Season 1 because he had to write 19 episodes in 3 months. So I only hope that with time, Allie can... Why, Wenlock? Allie can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is... Ah, there's his name. I was just going to jot his name down. Thald Iaulin. There we go. It's hitting him like a sack of dead orphans. I mean, at least some of the fights are good, and, I mean, Diamond's probably going to get a positive. Possibly, too. Diamond's a pretty legit fight. Okay. Though you've overcome the Emerald Weapon, it's hardly cause for celebration. Another life cut short. Rex's death is on my hands, not yours. No! Would that this confrontation had been averted, but alas, 'twas not to be. I suppose you're about to ask about Allie. Is she well enough to speak with us? Her condition has improved somewhat. Provided you don't cause her undue distress. Hey, Allie? Your brother died screaming. 3 negatives for 1 cutscene. That's impressive. So, okay, I hate to ask this question. Think of, like, the worst cutscene you can think of. Like, help me establish a bar. What's a 3 negative cutscene? Let's think about this for a second. Basketball scene. Yeah, nope, yeah, that's legit. The banquet. Yep, nope, that's a good one, too. That's a good one. Zadnor is free. Probably qualifies if we're being honest. Sonic 06 in its entirety. Yeah. And I can think of Persona 5 ones too. So, okay, the reason I'm asking this is I'm establishing precedent. I'm trying to think of specifics. So, based on that dreck, I don't think I could give the previous cutscene 3 negatives. So, 2 negatives for the previous cutscene. Ellie, I am sorry. What happened to Rex was my fault. They all died because of me and my foolish ambitions. That's not true, but I appreciate the gesture. I do. This is 2 storylines. Someone mentioned the idea of the villain double-dipping earlier. Who said that? I missed it. I missed who said that. But, there it was. It was a silly idea. Because, yeah, I just realized what we're seeing, the tonal shifts, the fact that there's a good character arc and then terrible stupidity, we're seeing 2 separate plot lines which have been smashed together. And this goes back to what I was talking about earlier, with they wanted to do Metal Gear Thancred, and instead they did the weapon thing. And what do you want to bet? There was a weapon storyline, and then there was that one, and then they just smashed them together. Because that is really what this feels like. A game cinematic worth 3 positives? I Am My Scars. Absolutely a 3. Honestly, I Am My Scars might be more than 3 positives. It's one of the best cutscenes in gaming history. At least as far as that kind of thing goes. Anyways, this can't go on. Please, Ellie, you must tell me all you know. But it's okay. Surely the story will get better from this point onwards. I mean, there's still a cutscene we haven't seen that I have seen with regards to Creepface, but I'll tell you when we get into new territory. We'll get there. It'll be obvious. So much has happened. It seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were assigned to the 7th Legion. Oh. It's probably the best scene in Warcraft. World of Warcraft, in my opinion, Giga Pudding. Not that I'm saying you have to like it, but if you watch my lore run of it, you'll see why I venerate it so. In fact, it also gets its own section of the lore craft, too, once that shows up. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valens von Vero was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that he was a specialist in experimental magitek weaponry. We later discovered he was ordered by the Emperor Varus to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was given free employ to proceed with whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Yeah, thinking of a 3 positive cutscene in Final Fantasy territory is a little bit harder, believe it or not. So anyways, he's going to use it to take over the Empire. But there's another reason for his obsession. Not that he wrote Telman, but he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens, I admit, only recently I heard his name. Yeah, he uses his knowledge of Magitek to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to serve as the 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring Ultima Weapon. This guy really is Discount Hojo. Remember, small spoilers, one of the biggest distinguishing traits about Hojo is he's actually bad at his job. He is not an accomplished scientist. He's a moron who fumbles his way through advancements in security and experiments, who has no idea what he's doing. Valens has resented you ever since. Hojo is falling upward, that's exactly right. Going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld. Where you once treated those who served the Empire based on merit rather than race or origin, Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all others. Never ceases to amaze me how far people will go in the name of revenge. All that hatred festering away. I think good can come of it. Yeah, Nero would be the Ghast in this equation, which actually fits pretty well, really. A bit less of an asshole, but he's still there. So the marks on your body are his handiwork. I'm going to murder his face off. To Valens and his men, we are little more than fodder for his experiments, playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. Oh my god. If I had remained in Garlemald, you would have never been forced to endure this abuse. Hey. It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valens if we wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easy to replace. The truth is, that's why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we would be condemning others. But if we were to stay, to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens, and then the Empire itself, freeing the world from its tyranny. I like that, Yosin Corp. That's a good one. Non-spoilery way to put it, too. That way we might start afresh with a place we could haul home. And not just for us, but anyone who wished to leave in peace. All we had to do was kill the entire Empire, Father. With 4 weapons that we knew would kill us if we used them. You would give your lives for a future we may not live to see. Right, okay. So, we took courage from your teachings. The strong must lead the weak. And we would gain strength by whatever means necessary. We knew that you'd never consent to our participation. That's why we couldn't turn to you for help. Did you think maybe there was a reason he wouldn't consent to that? As the pilots were the only ones who could stop Valens. Look a little bit to your right to the death machine. The Death Star that's standing over there, okay? Just look at him for a second. Look back to me. He's killed 2 of these things on foot by himself, okay? In lore. This masterpiece is the worst of them all. If I could get my hands on it, I could save Alphonse and all of Wurlit. Oh, Jesus Christ. She's gonna pilot Diamond, isn't she? Oh, my God. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposing sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you could save him. He may have called you enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You're everything he aspires to be. I have failed him. I have failed you all. I am in the worst story arc of this entire game. If only I was in a better story, I could have saved him. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. He must go into a better story than this one. I will do all I can for your brother. Pray, tell me which story arc he's in. He's... You don't understand, Father. He's in the diamond weapon story arc. Damn it! No! It's too late for him. We must salvage him. Whoops. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex and Rekon, and yeah, I curb stomped them. Like a bug. We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. Uh-huh. I don't feel bad. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't kill any of those kids. They killed themselves, knowingly and willingly. Well, 2 of them did. And then the 3rd one was killed by the Garleans who set her up in that terrible machine. I didn't do jack. Lend my father your strength. What do you think I have been doing? Yeah, they turbo-killed themselves. Alphonse, I'll do what I must to free you, even if it means going against Father's wishes. But I have a good feeling about his new friend. Oh my god. Severa, see that she gets everything she needs. And I do mean everything. Grapefruit, like, massage, screaming, whatever. Our allies must be informed of this. Go back to Garabania. Look, I love tacos, okay? Big fat tacos. Your loving father act may fool the others, but not me. For every life you've saved, you've ended 1,000 more. Is this your idea of a debt redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I have a part to play. Oh my god, if they kill off Gaius in this arc, I am not going to be pleased. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honor your words? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colors. No, yeah, this is the worst story arc in the entire game. This is impressive. I'm actually legitimately surprised by how terrible this is. Let's do Red Mage next, I guess. Including 1.0. So here's the thing. 1.0 doesn't have a story. So yes, this is worse than 1.0 story-wise. While I'm painfully aware of the cruelty the Empire shows its enemies, even I am appalled to hear of how it treats its pilots. War Machina that feed on the very lives of their pilots, I can scarcely imagine anything more heinous. Screaming. The majority of the 7th Legion are sure to be stationed in the city of Werlet, the heart of this occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where we know not. It stands to reason if we were to find it, Alphonse will not be far away. Alright, back here. Yeah, there are some cutscenes which are kind of loosely connected, and there's the idea of an overall thread. But there really wasn't much story in 1.0. Go figure. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Lunarith now gets to see the cutscene that really pushed me away from the start. Yeah, that's right, we're not even at the worst part yet. I'm exaggerating, it's just... This bothered me. Yeah, y'all like child abuse, right? Edgy. Bullcrap! Limp Biscuit. Three weapons, 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Yeah, you see those? Those are metal. God, I actually can't remember the thing. It's like a metal poker. To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. By the way, he's forcing the kid to do it. He's forcing one of the very young children to get to which he's got tongs on, to holding this red hot slab of metal to occasionally brand the kid who's not wearing a shirt, of course, on his back, just periodically. Just... Have you ever had a chance to feel what burning metal feels like? Because I have. I used to work in fast food. It's a very unique sensation. Your nerves kind of die a little bit, and it hurts for, like, a while afterwards. It's awful. It's very unique. It's hard to explain for anybody who hasn't felt it. That's why I asked. Because if you know, you know. And if you don't, it's hard to put it into words. And so just... who should she go crawling to but that swine Gaius, after everything I've done for her? This is how she repays me. It's her older brother. It's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you failed miserably. Hey, it's Halric. Well, to just stand there, boy. This is really messed up. Well, of course, it's your first time as a... Come now, don't need to be shy. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Oh yeah, it's the first time we see his face. He even looks snivelly. Look at him! Look at him. He does look like a milk drinker. You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man. It's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. He'll be ever so grateful, and you want him to get better, don't you? Yeah. That's a good boy. Let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bad, burn out the bad, burn out the bad, burn out the bad. Burn out the bad, burn out the bad, burn out the bad, burn out the bad. Come on, go on. It's okay. Shove it into his mouth. Oh my god. And that guy sucks too. I know the construction, the logistics, the mechanics of this cutscene are brilliant. It's horrible. It's just, it's so wasted. You made father proud. Very proud indeed. As for you, I thought you were cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. And since you allowed that wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. I choose you as the next pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius von Baelsar. Whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I'll exterminate every last one of your kind. Like the vermin they are. Also showing off some of that face stretching tech there. Having said that, we will be forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data, so whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back. It's a site system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. This is actual dialogue. I'm voicing him like a Skaven, which is my inspiration here. But that's actual dialogue. I haven't made up any of this. Lord Valens, preparations for the Oversoul trial are complete. We await your orders. Splendid. Never a dull moment around here. Now then, boys. Who wants to see something special? Yeah, he doesn't deserve this music at all. Anyways, this scene gets a negative. Well, ironically, there's no such thing as good uncomfortable for me. That's probably a terminology thing, but the moment you hit uncomfortable, you have gone bad. Gary and I had a long discussion about this once. It's hard to explain, really. Because, by sheer definition, the moment a work of fiction hits that uncomfortable point, there's nothing positive there. There's no positivity to be had. Because you have officially tainted it with that discomfort. It's like nausea, except emotional and mental nausea, right? There's nothing good about that. Now, you might think, well, how do you do certain types of stories? Very carefully. Disquiet is a good word. Because there are ways to be disquieting, or creepy, or terrifying, or horrifying, without stepping over that line into uncomfortable. Remember what happened with the first prototype Ultima weapon, the one we fought as Estinian? There's a kid, like, half immersed into the back of the thing. And it goes up screaming, no meme intended. And it's that's horrifying. That's creepy. That's well done. Now imagine a completely other thing. I'm going to make something up. Imagine that there's this person who's sitting watching TV, and he hears noises from his next door neighbors, and then there's a slap, and then another slap, and then there's crying, and then another slap, and the person is just sitting there, and that's us, that's the audience. We're the person who's hearing this terrible thing happening, and it's just uncomfortable. There's nothing good about that. The best thing you could do is to stop it immediately, which in video game terms means canceling the cutscene, skipping the cutscene, right? Same thing with a movie. You just fast forward or whatever, and you get the idea, right? And that's why I keep focusing in on that specific word, uncomfortable. Because uncomfortable is the correct word for this, in my very firm opinion. This is not revolting. I've seen characters that are revolting, and they're perfectly fine. I've seen characters that are terrifying or horrifying or disgusting or whatever, but it's when you hit that line of uncomfortable that you have crossed a line that, in my opinion, you never should when it comes to fiction. And I do stress the way I say that. Now, there are people who disagree with me on that. Some people think you have to do uncomfortable things in order to shed a light into things or make a point or whatever other reason you want to add. And I'm not going to argue that because we just disagree, right? That's just, you like black licorice and I don't, the end. Cool. But yeah, there are scenes that we've covered in video games before. And Dragon Age is a good example of this, which are uncomfortable. Now, where is that line? Is it different for the writer? Well, that's a good question. But no, the line has nothing to do with the writer. It has everything to do with the reader. It has everything to do with us. That being said, in my observations and studies of people, I've noticed that an enormous quantity of people all agree on what the uncomfortable, like broad strokes of where the uncomfortable line is. And it's usually stuff that's a little bit too real, and a little bit too down to earth, and a little bit too gross. Like child abuse, like rape, like trying to do like everything we just saw on screen. You know, there's certain categories of things which are almost universally, when done in the manner of as presented, just no. There's actually a reason why there's certain topics why if someone wants to write something for my extant, for my setting, they're not allowed, period, because I do not accept going over the uncomfortable line within my fiction. Anyways, sorry for that little dis thing, but anyways, negative to story, moving on. So once it has reached perfection, I'll be unstoppable. First Phalans, then the Empire will fall, and we'll be free at last. I'm going to say this out loud because I'm stupid. And yeah, to go back to what Mr. Red says, even if you have the best written story and best written character ever, for someone who walks over the uncomfortable line, then that's not good, in my opinion. That's my take on that. That is not good, and therefore is not acceptable. Doesn't matter how well executed it is. Doesn't matter how well presented it is. Doesn't matter the fact that that poor woman over there is about to be tortured to death, and then killed screaming. Spoilers. So, is it ready or not? I'm going to stop voicing it in full tilt because I just want to get on with this. And get on with it. See, I disagree on that, Mr. Red. I do think that is not good. I think that sort of thing should not exist. Initiating synthetic aurosite system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. This is her husband, by the way. What's going on? You're helping us with a little research, whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. Isn't what we agreed? You said if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. Yeah, torture porn is a good phrase for that, too. I tend to be extremely anti-torture porn, because all torture porn is here's suffering. Period. End of line. And that's it. There's nothing else there. There's no other layers. There's no other usage. There's no other narrative point. It's just there. To be yeah, it's the Saw movies after 1, or after 2, really, but point remaining. And in my opinion, there's nothing good about that, to be blunt. My mind is going, no, if this is what it takes to protect you both, I love you, I'm so sorry. He's being, yeah, it's not good. I actually like Saw 1, would you believe that? There is an audience for it, and that's problematic. Where is my prey? Where is Lauren? Organic core override complete. Xenos data loaded. I mean, Saw 1 has a thing where someone saws his arm, leg off. It's pretty horrible, but Saw 1 is actually a pretty well done film. Like, a really well done film. It's weird. It was leg. Okay. Yeah, right at the ankle. The subject is instinctively bound to seek prey right from the offset. Regardless of combat prowess, I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough. Shut it down. Correct, Estamine. Well, they made more Saw movies to be, you know, torture porn. Which is exactly the problem we just talked about. Oh yeah, that's your husband, by the way. That was your husband. Remember, Turbo dead. Revolting. What a mess it makes of the cockpit. Ugh. Adjust the settings, prefer another one. Fortunately, we have an next test subject ready and waiting. Yeah, the wife. In case you didn't catch it, he's evil. Sir, you agreed to release his family in exchange for cooperation. Ha. My, I never knew you had such wonderful sense of humor. The great Valens von Pharaoh bargaining with savages, or the fool for trusting me in the first place. Yeah, that's your boss. Laura's hoping we'd have a word for you. Ever since it's been liberated, there's a residence. We need some help. Yeah, sure. You're a saint. No, I'm not. Yeah. He's a get off my screen character. I've made my point. I don't really know what else to add to it at this point. I have done so much of my due diligence on giving these negatives. It's almost relaxing, because I usually have to fight so hard for every negative I give any game, and this is just, hey, I want to give a negative to this game. Okay. Well, I'm painfully aware of the cruelty. This, oh wow, this is the exact same dialogue from earlier. Okay, never mind. Thank you, Reggie. Aren't you the one who piloted the Warmachta and defeated the Sapphire weapon? Yeah. I thought so. I've heard much about you. I don't know you think you know who I am. My name is Avelina. I grew up here. Stayed through occupation and had to work as a Magitech engineer. Really? Sounds like a good role for one of the kids. Thanks to you and yours, we are now rid of the Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For 10 long years we suffered at their hands. A whole generation of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work here has kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope my contributions might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most never returned. Although my efforts were in vain, I can at least honor their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sakes, to prove they haven't been forgotten. A monument. To ensure not a single person is omitted, I'd like to see an official list of conscripts. If one exists, it's in the Imperial facility. But the Resistance troops and Ironworks engineers close the place off, so could you get it for me, please? Yeah. By the way, I want to... nobody's made this argument, but I want to cut off an argument that I've heard before when coming to situations like these. These scenes are worse than they would otherwise be, considering the game and the level of quality of the game that they're in. But that doesn't affect the review. If these scenes, if the weapon chain was its own independent, single-player game, these negatives wouldn't budge an inch. It's just, in a more abstract sense, it feels worse that in Shadowbringers of all things, we have this nonsense. Something I can help you with? Yup. Yeah, it is the Ranjit problem. I see, it's been unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in Imperial's leaving, but she has her reasons. Since we're leaving, carrying out our investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone from interfering. Considering it's you who's asking, though, I can hardly say no. Still, better go with her, in case others kick up with us. Yeah, I find it amusing that we just did 5.4 and then go right into this. I was just shotgunning positives at the 5.4 chain. Just bam, 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 bam. In fact, actually, where were we here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positives to story for 5.4. 8. Sorry for any trouble I've caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of local conscripts. One's name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisandria. Yeah, she's, screaming. It all began when we were serving together in the 14th Legion. We had so much in common, being drafted from the same occupied territory, and soon became fast friends. Then one day she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. I mean, yes, I do, Mr. Red, but that's neither here nor there. What do I always say about redemption? It requires internal, and it requires external. I think Gaius has the internal. I think he wants to do better. I think he wants to redeem himself. And the external, well, circumstance has kind of provided that for him. Now, whether he either goes anywhere with it or not, who frickin' knows. Anyways, the day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The youngest one was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adoptive father before they departed. It was actually another of the orphans, Livia, who forbade them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but I think Livia had a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near him. Yeah, as far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession. Yeah. And she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Yet, like I mentioned way back in ARR, I have the personal headcanon / interpretation that Livia's affections, I hesitate even to use that word, was fully one-dimensional, or one-directional, excuse me. She crushed on him, and he was just like, no. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, Praefectus Castorum of 14th came out to meet them. While I was surprised Rogadin had risen to such rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I'd hoped that people like him serving in the Orsian front, they'd be in safe hands. And yeah, there's... Shield Boy. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words. She was gone. It would be the last I ever saw of her. After that, I was assigned to the Tribunus Clavius of the 14th, Nero Tolskeva. I was working on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed, but I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlet, only to be drafted into the 7th Legion to continue working on the weapon project. Even now it makes me sick to my stomach to think I helped bring those abominations into this world. Using a living pilot to feed the core is part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they never dream of subjecting a true-born Garlean to such barbaric treatments, not when the 7th Legion has a ready supply of provincial troops ready for the taking. The pilots were referred to only by code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with the list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the weapon project. Yeah, can we, let's... Join us! Join us! We're not cartoonishly evil. But what can I do? You can do something other than be on the cartoonishly evil side of the Force. And they will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in the way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it wasn't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I met, but to the Empire she was just another pawn in their games, and I'll never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is, but first, I need to speak with the Ironworks. I have a feeling a war machina used to beat up the Sapphire weapon will be called into action again. Until then, I need to make improvements to it. I'm going to be going ahead with the plan to build a monument, but stopping the Empire must come first. You know what? Fair, von Falkenstein. The cartoonishly stupid side of the Force. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I would have done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Define your question, classic game lover. Do they have the same names? Yes. Do they look extremely vaguely like their original versions? Yeah. Do they have anything to do with the weapons whatsoever? No. We'll go with that direction, I think. Don't worry, you'll see Diamond Weapon hopefully in a few minutes here. Did I give the machinist positive? Machinist. I did. Good. I mean, I think Ruby looked terrible, but Emerald is pretty legit, and Sapphire was cool, too. Cool-ish. How's your time in Trincliffe? As, you know. I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, but now she has a chance to make a fresh start. Yep, everything's cool. Everything's cool. Yep, yep, cool, yep. I wasn't expecting to see you here, considering all that's happened in Eorzea of late. Oh, is this post-Towers? Still, if you mind to assist us, we have to share the latest developments in Werlet. As luck would have it, here comes the ideal person to explain the situation. Thanks, I'll take it from here. I mean, yes, but I think it worked better because of the fact that it's polygons. I think it would look worse if it was designed like this, honestly. Anyways, hi! Oh no. No, it's Monago. Hi, Monago. I know the diamond fight. I have to. I did it. But yeah, I won't talk about it. You'll see it. Yes, it certainly has. I haven't seen in Rhalgr's Reach much. Maybe you've been trying to avoid me. But much as I'd love to stand around chatting, I got some serious business to discuss. No, U.S. Corp? Following the liberation of Turncliffe, it seems the people of Werlet have their hearts set on freeing themselves from the grip of the Empire. Like-minded people are being awesome and cool, There's former conscripts. They've been joining up, but they don't know who to lead them because they have no leader. So after much consideration, we've turned to Gaius. Of course, many would balk at the thought of turning to a former enemy, and many did, but desperate measures call for desperate times. His reputation as a legata speaks for itself, and as most Alamegans will attest, he was more reasonable and a pragmatic leader than his predecessor, the Mad King Theodoric, or his successor, Xenos. Most importantly, he was the one who led the invasion of Werlit in the first place, and who better than him to take it back? After accepting their offer, he requested the delivery of additional arms and provisions for the Alamegan resistance. Yes, that's right, Gaius has joined the resistance. Officially, formally, no, really. We're dealing with the Telephoi, or however you say that stupid name. But, when my comrades see to the preparations, I've been sent to meet him in person. Could you accompany me? Yeah, sure. Okay, let's see what the U.S. and Corp is on about here. Because I have no idea what you're talking about. But I will in mere moments. Once this cutscene ends... Alright. There. I don't feel like going and buying some 90 crafted gear for Caster right now, so... Done. We'll do Samurai at 80. Gotta figure out what's changed about Samurai at 80. Supposed to do it now. Tombstone gear I can't access, Pillars of Snow? Alright, what changed here? So, let's see... I have single target nuke, which is nice. What is that? Oh! Right, yeah. So, combo fulfillment, that's cool. And mega nuke, which is that one right there. Oh yeah, so Samurai is actually good at 80. Right. A 510 gear, not even worth my time. Also, I don't have enough tomestones to get more than... what, like 3 pieces? Either way, that would actually take more time than hitting the auction house and just buying some gear, so again, no. I'll do it off camera. Many of my comrades were dead set against Gaius of all people leading the charge, but as I always say, if you want to jump properly, hire a professional. He's already conquered Werlit once. I'm certain he'll be just as successful a second time. Gaius Belsar, I assume. I come bearing the Alamegan Resistance's officially reply to your request for aid. Ugh. That would be funny, wouldn't it? I mean, I am a 90 Sam right now, but yeah, I get what you mean. Does this mean we can finally make our move? Gaius is General Leo. That's the easiest way I can explain it. With the assistance of the Alamegans, we will soon have sufficient arms at our disposal to stand a chance at victory. Actually, calling him General Beatrix would be better, considering. Lest we forget, the 7th Legion has been conserving its strength thus far, and we must be prepared for severe casualties should its full strength be brought to bear. Our lives must pay the price for freedom, we will willingly pay it. I've only given, like, 20 negatives so far, like a Legion. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 negatives, excuse me. Let me be clear, we Alamegans have not forgotten it was you who led the invasion of our homeland. The blood of our fallen loved ones is on your hands. I mean, yeah. Duh. Dude. Even so, the people of Werlit chose you to lead the revolution, and we will honor their decision. I hope we will not come to regret it. As do I. Should I be found unworthy of their trust, I shall submit to their judgment, and whatever that may entail. What the hell's atonement? I know, she hasn't been around for this. Excuse me, can we return to the task at hand? Oh, right, yeah. This way, if you please. It really does, Cashel. And frankly, there's also a bit of the bad writing there. No offense, maybe bad writing's not quite the word for it, because In FF14's case, I've said this before and I'll say this again. Gaius being as cool as he is a retcon. Now, it's a good retcon, and I'm in favor of it. But remember, Gaius was in 14 1.0 as well, and he was a lot less nuanced of a character back then, and that bled over into ARR in several ways. Beatrix is a very one-dimensional mwahaha I'm an evil villain that I had to work very carefully with her voice actress in the theater just to make her sound less villainous when saying villainous dialogue. And then, oh, no, I'm a good person. Similar problem. It's a cruel twist of fate. These people so desperate from years of oppression should turn to their conqueror for salvation. Oh well. For most of my life, I believed that only the Empire possessed the strength and wisdom to lead mankind. Only through great sacrifice could civilization hope to thrive. So I led the conquest of Eorzea, forcing the doctrine of Garlemald upon the ignorant and uncivilized. In every territory I sought those with potential for greatness, without regard of one's birth or circumstance, that they may serve the Empire. There are those such as Valens who see being born Garlean a virtue by itself, one above all others. To think such a monster as him would be granted the position of legatus and everything that entails makes my blood boil. I mean, it's kind of an indication of how bad things have gotten with the Civil War. Valens brings shame on our homeland and makes a mockery of the ideals it once stood for. By my hand he shall pay for his foul crimes. That'll be interesting. We're running out of time, guys. We have to go after her. There's something I would show you, but not here. Come with me. Ironically, I agree. Gaius is over in his own story, having nothing to do with the rest of this nonsense. It's funny when you think about it. I mean, Gaius is already a positive. I haven't decided if there's more than one yet or not. Say beside that. Why did Allie have to keep all this secret? We could have helped her, because she's stupid. Speaking of bad writing, you must keep this to yourself. I do not want the soldiers to think I am being distracted by personal matters. This letter was found in her room. Hi, I'm Allie, and I'm a moron. Dear Father, I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but the thought of Alphonse suffering alone is more than I can bear. For his sake and the sake of Werlet, I have decided to take matters into my own hands. I know of a way to save them, a way to end it all. I have to seize this chance before it's too late. My mind is set. Don't try to stop me, Father. All the days we spent together were the happiest of my life. No matter what happens, nothing can take that away from me. All my love. Stupid. She's heading for the 7th Legion stronghold in Werlet, I'm certain of it. Taking matters into her own hands. She must be planning to take control of one of the weapons. Of course she is. There's no time to waste. We must mobilize our forces and save Allie and Alphonse. I want nothing more to save them, but I cannot ask the Werlet revolutionaries to risk their lives to rescue 2 Imperial soldiers. In any case, if we were to rush into battle without adequate preparation, the 7th Legion would tear our partisan army to shreds. So, as capable warrior Lore is, if he were to charge headlong into the heart of the enemy, he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. I mean, it'd take a minute. Or 2. 3. But if we don't do something, Allie and Alphonse are good as dead. I know. And so did Allie when she wrote the letter. Returning alive was never part of her plan. What? Can you hear me? I'm in Werlet, just outside Castrum Colonum. All hells have broken loose. There's an enormous explosion, and there's another weapon. At this rate... We lost the signal. Allie spoke in her letter. A way to end it all. Alphonse and the others were planning it from the beginning. I know, right, silly idea? To bring the weapon project to completion and use it to free Werlet from the Empire, even at the cost of their lives. If the revolutionaries were to hear a weapon has been unleashed in the Imperial headquarters, they would see it as a perfect opportunity to strike. If it's running amok, it may not distinguish between allies and Imperials. A large force will draw too much attention, but the 3 of us... We just keep blowing up Castrums, don't we? Yeah, dude, yeah, let's do it. Let's frickety go in there and save some lives for once instead of watching them die screaming. I cannot allow it. This is my burden to bear. I shall bear it alone. You're a moron! I'll have you know, my record for surviving dangerous missions is impeccable. True enough, Tim. Very well. For the time being, I will have the revolutionaries stand by and await my signal. An opportunity to reclaim Wurlet may yet present itself, but we must first be allowed to remove the threat of the new weapon. Severa, have Sid ready with the G-Warrior. Understood. Once your preparations are complete, let us reconvene outside the hangar. So I should mention something. I know the diamond fight. I've done it. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to figure out how we get from point A to point B. I still don't see how we're going to fight in that fight. Like, I'm wondering when the dots are going to connect. Don't tell me. I'm really curious as we go through this. How wonderful it is to see you back, my dear. I was thinking you weren't going to come back. I'm creepy and evil. In my impatience, I may have vented my frustrations on that brother of yours. I hope you'll forgive me. Did I mention I'm evil? I'm evil. Lord Valens, you mentioned the previous weapons were merely prototypes used to gather data with their cores. Oh, very good. You were paying attention after all. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald. The emeralds, the primals they absorbed, the data accumulated will serve singular purpose. The completion of my masterpiece, the diamond weapon. Dead eyes. But while you and your siblings were able to retrieve the necessary data from the Ruby weapon before Gaius and his lackeys arrived... Sapphire and Emerald were handed the enemy on a silver platter. Those worthless curs failed to meet even exceedingly low expectations. As I detailed in my report, I took it upon myself to infiltrate Gaius Belsar's band of rebels and reclaim the data. You have done well, my dear. My juniors have already finished feeding it to Diamond Weapon. Thanks, Allie! You goddamn moron! Then all that remains for us is to resume my role as its pilot, for you to release my brother and the rest of our compatriots as per our agreement. Of course, of course. A handful of savages is a small price to pay for your remarkable talents. Even though the weapon project's revolutionary technology allows even an untrained pilot to fight with the skills of a veteran soldier, only the truly gifted can draw out the potential of the synthetic Arasite. In addition to their physical attributes and combat prowess, I require unwavering loyalty, and you are everything I desire. Gonna take that a different way. I am honored you regard me so highly. However, in return for my continued cooperation, I wish to propose an extra condition to our arrangement. I request the people of Wurlet be given full imperial citizenship and the right to self-govern. Oh my god. Okay, okay, I'm okay, I'm okay. Just gonna... That is mind-bogglingly stupid. I can't make fun of this with joy anymore. How very bold of you. Quite astute. Yes, I could grant the people of Wurlet citizenship if I desired. Unfortunately, a mere legata, such as myself, is in no position to simply relinquish control of imperial territory on a whim. Come now, we both know the weapons are but a means to an end. Your true intent is to march on the capital and claim it for yourself. Once you have taken the throne, as one small territory would seem fair reward for those who played a vital role in the ascension of Emperor Valens. I'm stupid. I mean evil and gross and dumb and evil. I mean, you say that, Zira, but this is actually still dumb writing because she's supposed to be intelligent. Like, it's trying to portray her as someone who has a brain. And yet, so has this whole plan, which is extraordinarily stupid even on the base of it. It's even stupider given the fact that she knows her father and us, who have just smashed face through the rest of this thing, are right there. And, oh my god, he'd never honor this. And there's another plan available right over there. But no, steal all the data and bring it here, you goddamn moron. For someone so sweet and innocent, you certainly drive a hard bargain. Very well, if it's Wurlet you want, it's yours. I'll have no need for the stinking backwater province anyways. We are literally in Wurlit to wreck face. That's what we're there for. What about my brother? Oh yes, Alwick, Alfred, whatever his name is, you needn't worry. I made special arrangements for him. He's perfectly safe, provided you uphold your end of the agreement. Excellent. Now let's get you aboard Diamond Weapon. Enjoy screaming. You know what? Some of you may or may not know this. In real-life history, there have been kings and emperors who have taken power by what is effectively coincidence. Usually they lead very, very short reigns. And I bring this up because I imagine if Valens actually took charge, took the emperor's slot, he'd probably rule for 3 weeks, I'd give it. And that's on the outside. Now I'm pausing at this point of dialogue because I want to read this out loud because she says, thinks here, excuse me. I know this isn't what Father would have wanted, but it's the only way. Please forgive me. This is the only way. It's the only way. So here's Diamond. Just for you, classic game lover. It's the only way. Yeah, a lot of Roman emperors ruled for an extraordinarily short period of time. Diamond Weapon, codename Xenos, commencing activation sequence. Yeah, Xenos would crush that thing like a bug by himself if he cared, which he wouldn't. It's always been mechs. All the ultimate weapons in this game are mechs. All the weapons in this game are mechs. Others may live without fear. Here it is. The Arasite's taking hold. I'm just glad you didn't have to go through this, Alphonse. You'll have to go without me. You and Father must still work to... the pain. Yeah, you're ready to die screaming? This is the only way. She literally just said this is the only way. What's that, my dear? Is something the matter? The Diamond Weapon is mine. Your tyranny ends here, Valens. So, do something. You're just standing there. You're giving them a whole lot of time to do things. There you go. Good girl. You might want to hurry it up, though. Lowborn filth, if you think your performance can be fooled, you're sorely mistaken. What are you waiting for? Shut it down. Yeah, sure. Isn't he right in front of her? God, your aim sucks, girl. He is right in front of her. Oh my god. And she didn't even think about the fact that there might be a failsafe on a weapon they designed. Bring her to me alive, even if it means damaging the machine. When I'm through with her, she will beg for death. What is... Oh... what? That's another one of those everything wrong with it cutscenes. I'm not actually joking. She announcing her... She jumps in the machine. She's like, ah, I shall take over. This was my plan all along, to pilot the weapon. And then she announces this way in advance. And then she starts shooting and hits everything except for her only thing she actually wants to hit. Like, what the crap? And then he's like, oh, I knew this was coming. As if he's got some kind of, you know, he hasn't played his trump card, but his trump card is literally just pulling the power cable. Like, oh, no, shut it down. And then she had no backup plan. What is all this crap? This is, there's no lend you your strength. It doesn't work this way. Initiating Overmind? What? Overmind? And she's screaming. Let's ignore the shutdown signal initiating overmind, but how? I don't care how. Shut that thing down before it brings in the whole castrum. There's the central cannon. He's gonna live through this, of course. I know this because I've seen him briefly in another cutscene. So he lives through that. That's another stupid thing about that cutscene. Okay, whatever. Or not if you guys would have ventured into the world by himself with no less more than a gunblade for protection. Thank you for persuading him elsewise. I was unable to save any of them, but there may yet be hope. There may yet be hope. Ready to depart? Up, sorry. Yeah, Rufus' survival makes more sense than this, and it was already a hell of a retcon. This is massive blow to Imperial forces. Allies on board. We need the G-Warrior and airships to transport it. I see one thing hasn't changed since your days of the Black Wolf. Your penchant for gigantic war machina. God, I don't want to do this fight as a melee, but we got this. You know, this is gonna suck. But if that means the G-Warrior has another chance to shine, I'll be happy to oblige. Or rather, have it unceremoniously towed by airships. I have a more dynamic entrance in mind. Yeah, we were gonna lose Red. We always knew we were gonna lose Red. He hates these quests so much, he can't do it anymore. From what I hear, is the hitbox bigger than it looks? Because, yeah. From what I hear, we have you to thank for Avelina volunteering to help with the ironworks. Since she joined the team, okay, our work is covered by leaps and bounds. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to put my knowledge and skills to good use. As far as I can tell, your target's the diamond weapon, the most powerful of all, which is funny, because it was pathetic in FF7. What's worse, its design incorporates all combat data abilities of all other weapons. It's more formidable. Thankfully, we had time to prepare. Yeah, I look forward to actually giving some positives. Gameplay positives, but positive nonetheless. So, G-Warrior has been reborn. Come, the Enterprise is waiting. I'm so sorry, classic game lover. I'll take my statement back. Good night, Mr. Red. Let me say this in a way that sounds less insulting. Diamond weapon is a joke when compared to, you know, Emerald and Ruby. In combat, obviously, in gameplay. I suppose it did take a hell of a lot of firepower to pierce it, which makes a degree of sense because it's a diamond. But anyway, so, yeah, that. Yeah, diamond's like sapphire, a story weapon. I agree. Which is funny, because we fight both of them here. So anyways, our objective is to rescue the pilots. We added a means of capturing the diamond weapon. We come to save lives, not to end them, and for that reason, G-Warrior has been reborn. I present to you G-Savior. I'll give you that one, Sid. No more screaming. Allie's gonna die screaming, isn't she? Are we here? Not quite. You have to save her foster siblings, aren't you? Please do whatever you can to bring them back safely. While you and Gaius deal with Diamond, I'll be doing my best to aid his safe return from Warlit. Hopefully he can take advantage of the chaos. Fife, are you healing? I'll be monitoring the situation from the Enterprise. Should things take a turn for the worst, I'll be ready to intervene. Once again, Sin and his engineers provided precisely what we required before we knew it ourselves. Due to the added complexity, we'll have Gaius pilot while Lore handles the armaments. There'll be a little opportunity for us to grow accustomed to our roles, but even so, we must succeed at all costs. And we're there. So, how many times do you think I'm going to fall off? We need a second tank? Oh, jeez. What's the... okay, no, I think I actually know what the tank does. So, remind me, the two tanks are what the beams are targeted as, correct? I'm pretty sure I noticed that last time. So, like, one tank is over here, so the beam hits over here. And one tank is way up here, so it hits up here, and that way the DPS are safe. That's what I thought. See, I pay attention. Alright. I guess we'll do Warrior for this? Sure. Sure, that works. Let's make sure we're geared. Are we geared? We're 530. That should be enough. Okay, okay. Switching back, switching back. I think I could take this. It's just, you know, I still got a lot of other stuff to test. I figured this would be a good time to test stuff. Ironically, I was paying quite a bit of attention the last time we did this fight. Especially since that was last week. So, you know, it's pretty fresh in my mind. We also wiped. So, you know. And I fell off. More than once. Alright, who hasn't unlocked this? Correct, Lunarith. It's just cutscenes after this. I say, you know I've unlocked this. You've done it with me, so I'm not it. Hell, I have it on New Game Plus. Of this group? Giga Pudding. Do you have this unlocked? Oh yeah, gear might be it too. That's possible. Hey, Nugo. My gear's good, right? Yep, yep, yep. And Lunarith has 510. So what do we need here? We need... If anybody has less than 495 item level, say something. Just triple checking. But 495 is the target for item level. That would do it. That would do it. 5 has an abandonment penalty. That would do it by itself. In 14, the one we're about to do, Diamond. Well, that sucks. I also like how Lunarith is on like her own instance version of this, because I know she's here in the Cloud deck. Yeah, what's the timer on, Fife? We got a little bit of time here. Oh, hey, I can't go over the edge on this version. Ah! No, gear is pure stats in FF14, Sonic Doctor. And that's it. That's fine. I don't mean to sound derogatory, but we've had lengthy discussions about their approach to itemization in this game. 20 minutes. Ooh. Yeah, that's... okay. Do we have anyone else who can help? Because if we don't, we can just pug it. That's always the option. Pillars of Snow. I know you're tired of Mega Legion, so... Pillars of Snow, can you hop in? Thank you. Here you go. Much appreciate. Pillars is apparently on? Onyxia. Onyxia is Pillars. And yeah, we're gonna head up to Eden tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Hopefully. It's probably gonna take up all day, and tomorrow's a short day too, because it's a Thursday. But I think we'll be able to get through everything, even in a shorter day. So, especially if we dedicate pretty much the entire day to Eden. So, by the way, anybody wants to be there for Eden, tomorrow's a good time to be involved in that. And we'll always pug if we don't have to, if we can't. And Eden raids tend to show up a lot in roulettes, so I'm not super worried about that. So the way this works on Falkenstein is if, let's say I'm in a roulette, a group or whatever, and I bail on that group, there's a little invisible timer. Well, it's actually not invisible, but there's a little timer that shows up in the background. And that timer means I can't group for stuff until that goes away. That's the penalty for bailing on that group. Fife has that penalty right now. Yeah, going straight from weapon to Eden's going to be a hell of a thing, isn't it? But anyways, there's Diamond. I'm getting pretty excited, Ross. We got a few more days before we get there. We got a few more days. I haven't seen this cutscene either, I just realized. I skipped it last time. Threat detected. Familiar male voice. What's left after Eden? All the quests. Role quests. Mean quests. Void quests. Quest quests. The class quests. The level 80 class quests. And yeah, we need to show off Bozja and Zadnor as well. I'm probably going to focus on Bozja and Zadnor in the weekend, because we'll probably have a chance to have people available for that. Whereas the quests can happen whenever. So we've got a decent chunk of quests still to go, and we have to do Bozja, which I'm not sure how long that's going to be. Because we're showing off a decent chunk of it. Alright, this should be fun. Yep, we need Metal 25, which is why we unlocked that today. What day is Easter, Ross? Ousting myself a little bit there, but, you know, whatever. You're on over to USA. April 17th. Yeah, it's very likely we will finish before then. Wrong button. What do we have at this level? We've got this, and we've got this, and we've got this. Show off something in a minute here. Scrub's gonna do it now. Boop! There was no detriment to doing it last time. So you can see those giant claws that are coming out of his left side. I didn't actually die to this last time, believe it or not. He does that. He just kind of kills whatever's on the other side over there. Now, the fact is that one of our tanks is dead is extraordinarily bad. So we need to figure out who his other target's going to be here. And back over. Especially the other side of claws. Like that. Yes. Sorry, Samurai is pretty much fully formed as a class at this level. And it's kind of awesome. So forgive me, but yes! Alright, moving on. Yes, Ross. Every expansion so far has added at least one new class. You see those beams, by the way? That's the tanking thing I was referencing earlier. So, then it does this. I have to keep fighting until my dream, our dream, is realized. And now we have to fight that thing. The real diamond weapon. Might even say it's a diamond dog. So that killed me last time. Ooh, kind of close this time. So it does that. Thankfully, Rax will teleport over here. I should know that happened to me last time. Then it starts doing this fun thing. Okay, so I'm going to be over here for the first volley. It's going to be that thing. And then we move to the other side for the second volley, which he showed in his telegraphs earlier, which is that thing. This is a fun fight, by the way. I don't know why it's a dog. This actually killed me last time, but... Oh, bullcrap! I had it! I even used it! It's off cooldown! God damn it. So arm lengths didn't save me from that, but that's the thing that killed me last time, too. Whatever. Where's the arrow? There it is. Like, it's on cooldown now. I mean, I don't think this thing could cast Ultima, the spell, for example. I think this thing could actually honestly match it, though. The Ultima weapon, in most respects. Because I like that idea, and admittedly for no other reason. But, that being stated, I will also add that it would make sense if the Ultima weapon was never surpassed, simply because, you know, you think, well, it was weaker. Well, I mean, not really. It was weaker because they were refurbishing Alagon tech and didn't know what they were doing, you know what I mean? Remember, that's going to keep following you. Heck yeah, let's just get out of here. Yep. And yeah, we required Heidelin to beat the Ultima weapon. Also relevant. So yeah, no, I think Ultima weapon is higher tier. It's just, I like the idea that it isn't. As pathetic as that sounds. Yep, nope, I'm right. This is... Oh god, it's over here. We're coming! Ooh, so close. We're fine, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, sorry, I should have just stayed. I was like, well, everyone's staying, so I'll just go. An idiot. Thank you. Baron, I'm a little distracted right now on a surprisingly hard fight, so pray, give me a minute here. Okay, yeah, you know what? Ugh. I gotta say though, I love Samurai at 80. It really feels like so many classes come into their own at 80, and Samurai is no exception to that. And I like Samurai before 80, you know? We did Blade Travel, yeah. It was mean. We wiped several times. It's on the other side. Okay. No! Zira! Wait, that's not Zira. I don't know who that is. It's some random, completely worthless person. Let them die. Cool. I'm just gonna stand over here while I wait for that tank to get back up. I'm staying right here. This is mine. Go away. Do what I should have done last time. And it's the other side. Oh, it's me. Never mind. That's even better. Ooh, in the face. Allie, we're on your side. You realize that, right? Or do you realize that? Maybe you don't realize that right now. Maybe we're just that stupid. No offense or nothing. It's just, you're a moron. Get out of that thing. Or so help me, I'm turning this airship right around. Hit. Boom. Still not dead. But I'm going to claim that was the killing blow. Yeah, I'm not sure either, Blade Travel. I haven't seen the story past this point. Only up to this point. Infield will hold. No. No, Ross. Not even close. Not even in the same category. Good job, everyone. That is a very hard fight. We just one-shot. So, excellent job, everyone. For the record, we just did that better unsynced. I'm sorry, unsynced. Minimum eye leveled than Brax and I and whoever else joined us did in a pug when it wasn't minimum eye level. I'm just saying. Yeah, the last party... Okay, that's not saying much. The last party kind of sucked. But the point is, you don't suck. And that's the point I'm trying to make. Y'all, I'll take that one. I think that's easily a 2 positive boss fight. That's a fun one. I cannot wait for Samurai at 90, by the way. I actually did see it, right? Really, Reggie? That... I mean, I've seen better fights in this game than that fight, but that was a damn good fight. Yeah, no, the first, when we did this, unlocking this for me, even after dying, my reaction was, damn, that was good. That was good stuff. We must reach Diamond Weapon before the Imperials. Yeah. Ifrit. It's probably the same skeleton, honestly, silly idea. Skeleton reuse is an extremely important skill to game design in general, never mind MMOs. In all the years since the invasion, this place has hardly changed. I was expecting to find some sign of the 7th here, but it would appear the diamond weapon has already taken them out of the equation. How many times did I fall off? 3 total. Once due to not realizing I could fall off. Same problem I tend to have in general. Once due to the initial knockback, the one that is the phase transition. And then once due to the thing that knocked me off this time. Because I was just a little bit too far away. Like, I was like 1 foot too far away. Yeah, this time I got knocked off again by the same thing. I even hit frickin' arms, man-at-arms, or whatever it's called. I mean, I could prove that. You can check the VOD and see that I have the cooldown. I'd make an Evangelion reference here, but, you know. How are you alive? Like, I'm not upset about this, I'm just curious. It's arguably bad writing that you're alive at the moment, but then again, we don't know what Overmind does, so we'll find out in a minute. Oh. I recognize this scene. I like how Gaius notices before we do. Come on, we're supposed to have high perception stats. Possibly Loke? I don't know, I guess we'll find out. Or maybe they'll never explain it, I don't know. Now to learn what has become of Alphonse. If you have a score to settle, now's your chance. Show yourself. How did you survive getting hit in the face with the diamond weapon's beam from like 10 feet away without even a scratch on you? Come to gloat, have you guys? It's not over yet. And how'd you get here? You have certainly an instinct for self-preservation. I would expect nothing less from a coward who sacrificed his own soldiers to further his ambitions. How dare you speak to me of ambitions? You're the one who stood in my way at every turn. Oh yeah, by the way, can someone kick me out of the group so I don't get a, you know, you can't do that alert? Please and thank you. If not for your meddling, the Empire would have been mine. Mine! It would have been mine! I could have had all the things, and it would have been great, and I could have got my bicycle, and I could have got the lollipop. Enough of your delusions of grandeur. Where is Alphonse? Huh? Oh, I still have something you care about. I'm pure evil. He's right in front of you. What? Once you hear the answer, you'll kick yourself for not realizing it sooner. You see, in all my previous models, the combat data was either unpredictable or unstable in some way, making their performance in battle wildly unpredictable. But then an idea struck me. Are you linking me the video you linked me, Brax? Are you linking the video you linked me? By using data gathered in battle, I should use something a little more realistic. Turns out that beloved boy of yours was quite brilliant. When he put his mind to it. By my ingenuity, he has been reborn as the core of the greatest machine ever devised. Being the one I just beat the snot out of canonically by myself. None but the great Lord Valens von Vera could ever conceive of such a marvel. I am so amazing and awesome and incredible. My dick is not tiny, I swear. And to think Allie came here to steal the diamond weapon to save her brother, only to find she's already a part of it. Perhaps it wasn't the reunion she'd envisioned, but I'm sure she's grateful nonetheless. Oh, that might explain my overmind activated all by itself. It was clearly an attempt to protect his precious sister. A fascinating anomaly, but I can't stand obedience. Such atrocities should continue unabated as proof of the rot that has spread throughout the Empire. Yeah, tell me about it. Your crimes are an affront not only to Garlemald, but all mankind, and now you will die. Yeah, sorry, I can't stand disobedience. Have you forgotten? I've seen your data! I know your every move! Such pitiful swordsmanship is a relic of the past, like you. Okay, this is probably getting a positive. I'll give you that one, game. Terminus es Crocia Mors. You're such a moron, Valens. But this wasn't in my data! Fitting final words. Go die. How to PvP against GNB, FF14 5.5. Please tell me we actually kill him here. I know, he deserves worse. Blah, 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 blah. Just kill him. Just kill him. Just kill him. Reactivating synthetic aurosite system. His face is exposed. Stab his skull. With those. I mean, however you kill him, I don't even care. Just do it. Yeah, nice armor. You ever been crushed inside of a tin can? Removing memory inhibitors. Oh, yeah! No, that's... Oh, that's horrifyingly beautiful. What? You? Stop at once, please let me go. Albert, no, Alfred, no, wait, no. Oh, hey, it's the lady we never saw. Even those names of your sacrifice and your twisted experiments are beneath your notice. You are beyond redemption. Who are you to judge me? Do you remember the names of the tens of thousands of men, women, and children killed for the sake of your conquests? I do not deny blood is spilled at my behest, nor will I run from my past. That's why I fight, to prevent the wrongs I committed from being repeated. was staying quiet because I wanted to hear what was coming. Pop. He's also better than Gaius in every way, was one of the dialogue bits he said there. Alphonse? Yep, screaming! Keeping the trend. He died screaming. Alphonse, my son, I have failed you. But this is not the end. I will see your dream fulfilled, I swear. I ask only that you, Melisandre, Rykon, and Rex watch over me. Also, we might need to take the weapon back. Right after you kill Gaius. Father, the memories stored in the diamond weapon, give them to Ali. Watch over her in my stead. I can't go on like this, please. Ah. Thank you. I am proud to call myself your son. You know, this would be a lot better if the rest of the story wasn't hot garbage. Credit where credit is due, and we're definitely getting some positives here, but, you know. Alright, typing up a few things. Bad game with a great ending. Yeah, there you go. Weapons arc. Bad game, great ending. It's been some time since we last heard from Gaius. I see. We will remain here until further notice. That was Gaius. Valens, Von Vero, and the Weapon Project are no more. Seizing the opportunity, the Wyrlit revolutionaries have taken control of the city. Though they suffered considerable losses, they have at last gained their freedom. I mean, it kind of feels that way, Leos. Even with the Empire gone, for people like me, life under Imperial rule is all I've ever known. We might never be able to heal the scars left by decades of oppression. While there is hope for those who have suffered this ordeal, nothing can bring back the dead. The loss of my wife and daughter left a void that can never be filled. In the years since, I've struggled to find purpose, a reason to keep on living. It's the same for Gaius. No matter how hard he tries to make amends, the children he lost are gone forever. The dead outnumber the living, and always will. I can see how heavily the burden weighs on him, just as it does on me. In truth, it never gets any lighter. I can only hope to grow strong enough to bear it. The recent events in Worlet have had a profound impact on the lives of many, many people, but none more than Allie. She's been in a state of shock since she returned. We even called in Sid to see if he can ascertain what the problem might be. You see, there's a strong possibility that the diamond weapon itself is what caused Allie to close herself off like this, but for the time being, all we can do is wait. There's one other thing. Valina came by, so maybe we could go see her? Well, yeah, she's got to make that monument still. I do kind of like this. I hope we see more architecture in Endwalker when we get there. Don't say anything. As usual. Thank you for coming to meet me. Glad you're none the worse for wear for your experiences. Screaming. There's a picture of Sid that just sits behind that monument and just going like... And there's the word screaming as a speech bubble. Actually, I've been meaning to show you this. I've been very proud of y'all, Gigapudding. Very much so. You've only spoiled one thing for me on chat, and it's a minor thing. And that's impressive. Thanks to the Alamegan resistance, the monument to the fallen is complete. Though they may no longer be with us, we'll never forget them. This way, they'll always be part of Turncliffe, and future generations will be reminded of the sacrifices that were made. You all, Gigapudding, the group, the people. You're always so kind to me. Now it's my turn to do the same for others. Wait, Gigapudding, you did spoil something for me. You spoiled for me that there's fashion in Endwalker. No forgiveness. Yep, Turbo Man! Yeah, by the way, the thing you all spoiled for me was you said something which made me think, oh, this is significant. And I was able to put it together from there. That's one of the reasons why I have that no mentioning rule. It's a little bit too easy to put pieces together. Hope all is well with her. Actually, while you're speaking to her, I received word that guys will be here soon. Let's wait for him. Yeah, that's why we call it no mentioning. DMs tend to hate me when I play in their games, because I tend to figure out their plot threads almost immediately. Awesome. Thank you, Zero. Listen, women have those cooties things, okay? And I'm just saying. Wish to see Allie. Would you send for her? You'll notice I tend to say no mentioning, which is usually a lot more specific on Mega Legion. I know, right? Gigapudding cooties. Ugh. It's okay. I've got something that makes me 100% girl immune. There we go. I'm ready. Does she even recognize me? Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. At first we thought the weapon's influence had caused us, but it seems it's more than that. The surgeons say this is most likely the result of intense trauma. Her mind has been scarred, perhaps irrevocably. I like this ad, by the way. I'm joking. I think it looks good on me, so y'all can suck it. But she boarded the diamond weapon with the intention of saving her brother. Little did she know that Valens used the synthetic Arasite system to transform Alphonse into a living component of the machine. Thank you, Rex. I'm not sure what I think of the Heisenberg thing, but you know what? I'll take it. Then when she boarded the diamond weapon, she learned the horrible truth. Never heard of anything so cruel. I need to get like a fake Tommy gun. Just a moment. In each of the previous cases, pilots became fused with the core. How was Allie able to escape a similar fate? That's one of the many things we're looking into. There's no need. I already know the answer. It was Alphonse who kept her safe. In the end, I was unable to save your brother, my son. All they wanted was a place to call home, where they could live in peace. But after all the pain and hardship they endured, this is their reward? Being really, really stupid? No, this is not the end of their story. There weren't any, classic game lover. I taught them the strong must lead the weak, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. No, it doesn't. And those who have suffered at the hands of the corrupt are beyond counting. That's true. Alphonse dreamed of a land without oppressors and oppressed, where all may live as equals, thanks to his sacrifice and that of his siblings. The cornerstone of such a nation has been laid. So they all risked everything to win the freedom of Urlit. And now it has come to pass. I will see that their ideals are upheld. This I swear as their father. I mean, I suppose that's fair, Rax. The long and arduous process of rebuilding Urlit has begun. In the days to follow, I shall be walking alongside the new government to create a place that people like Ali and Severa would be proud to call home. For so long, all that's kept me alive was hate, but the time has come to cast it aside. I'm going with you. I'll only regret it if I don't, and while nothing I can do can bring back the ones I've lost, I owe it to them to make the most of the life I've been given. Yeah, it kind of does, Baron. Things aren't good, they're just not bad, and now we can rebuild. Times change, people change. Just as well, we adventurers would find ourselves out of work if everything stayed the same. Very true. Yeah, go ahead, Zero. Also, thank you very much, Baron, as always, for the subs. I do appreciate, as I always do. I suppose those are all going to Kirby? Yeah, no kidding, Balvatrix. We keep doing that, don't we? It's funny how that works out. Alright, what are you linking, Zero? Screaming! Giga Pudding, you need to click that. You know, guys, I could fill a book with all the things I've been meaning to say to you over the years, but what would be the point? What's done is done. One thing, though. If anyone could get through to Allie, it's you. She looked up to you the way I did as a boy, so don't give up on her. Yeah, that's screaming in Eorzean. I recognized it immediately. That's good, Zero. For all my life, I've been searching for my place in the world. Everywhere I went, I was always on the outside, looking in. But I realized if we can't find one, we'll just have to make it ourselves. That's what I learned from Gaius' children. Despite everything, they never gave up. So that's a good thing to bring up, Severa. This feels like a good ending. I'm not giving it a positive. Can you guess why? For now, at least, my place is at Gaius' side. I'll follow him and see where this journey leads. Before I leave, I want to tell you how grateful I am you chose to stand by us till the end. I hope we'll meet again someday. Yeah, exactly. It's not earned. It's not earned. Like, the very fact that she just said that, I have learned so much from the kids. No, you haven't. We have established repeatedly that the kids were morons. And I mean, like, in a bad writing, idiot volleyball kind of a way. All this time I'd been trying to convince myself Gaius is but the villain I had imagined him to be. Ruthless subjugator of nations, and evil made flesh. While many who fight under the banner of Garlemald are all that and worse, I realized Gaius was driven by his own notions of right and wrong, misguided though they were. Since then, he has turned his back on the Empire and its hateful doctrine. His guilt and anguish strengthened his resolve. The day I spared his life, he was given a second chance. To set right the wrongs he committed, to become the man his children believed him to be. I was a father once, a husband. In many ways, I still am. Even though they're no longer with me, I want to be someone they would be proud of. Now I, too, have been given a chance to make a difference in a land far from home. I'll never forget my past, but neither will I be beholden to it. When I meet the people of Wurlet, I'll be sure to tell the tale of your bravery and compassion. May it grant them strength to face the struggles ahead. Pray go in peace, my friend. Though we were brought together under strange circumstance, Vaudilin, Severa, and I will continue to work together, at least for the foreseeable future. You see, I learned something today. Sorry. I mean, that's fine, Omega Legion. I'm pretty sure numbers-wise this is worse than Ranjit. But, in all honesty, I think this is worse than Ranjit for me. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think it is. I'll have to check the numbers, but we'll see. There's the kids they just rescued. You know, the ones that were forced to torture people because evil. Who might these charming young men be? They were found at the 7th Legion's headquarters in one of the few areas that escaped unscathed following the Diamond Weapons rampage. Perhaps that was Alphonse's intent. Don't be afraid, we mean you no harm. That thing on your forehead. My name is Gaius Balsar, and like Valens von Varro, I was once legatus of the Garlean Empire. Although I believed I was fighting for a just cause, my conquest came at a terrible cost. I'm working really close to giving this ending a negative, because this is now the 5th time in a row that they are hammering the same story point in over and over and over again. Pray forgive me, I don't mean to scare you. If you'd lend me your ears, I have a story to tell. Like, I get that they would repeat it a little bit to each other, but there's no reason for us to see that. That's how that works. A group of courageous young men and women, not so different from yourselves, stood up to protect their people from the tyranny of the Empire. They fought with everything they had, and victory was theirs, but it came at a terrible price. I swear to God, as their father, I still struggle to come up with terms with their sacrifice, and yet they have entrusted the future to me. Oh my God, no. Even so, there's only so much one soldier can achieve by himself. I'd be honored to have your support in the days to come. This is drifting harder and harder into negative territory the longer this goes on. He's not as scary as he looks. If he steps out of line, he'll have me to answer to. Yeah, you know what? Let me just... There we go. Yep. Okay, this is actually uncomfortable. Ugh. Though they were fortunate enough to escape the destruction of the castrum, they may have been injured while fleeing. Have the surgeons look them over and find a place for them to stay. And yeah, Tim is correct. The problem is repetition is what happens to us, not to them. There are dozens of narrative tools that have been invented over the decades to avoid repetition for us while still having repetition for them. Instead of just repeating it. It seems time has come for us to go our separate ways once more. I agree with that silly idea. If we just jumped to this point, I wouldn't have any real issues here. I'd have a few issues. But I myself can scarcely believe we were once bitter adversaries, but my encounters with you have led me to question the very ideals I swore to uphold. What is strength? What is weakness? You see, I learned something today. I'm doing it. I'm giving this a negative. Can't believe this crap. It was. It's just, I stand behind the positive for the previous scene. I'm with it. But you know what? This is just, what is this garbage? For those who grasp the reins of power are said to be strong, and those who must lack power must therefore be weak. Better for worse, however, we are more complex creatures than that. My God, he really is doing it. I learned something today. He really is. My goodness. I see now that true strength is not... Oh my God, dude! I see now that true strength is not granted by others, but resides within us, strength of character, of spirit of resolve. My friends are my power. Therein lies the power to cast off the shackles of oppression, to overcome any adversity, to stand firm in the face of impossible odds. That is the strength you possess. May it never leave you. This is drifting Rax mentioned earlier that if this whole thing was a parody, it would work better. This is drifting further and further into parody. It seems I'll have to summon all the resolve I can muster if I'm to keep my promise to Alphonse. The process of establishing the independent governance of Werlet is underway, and I will do all in my power to see it become everything my children dreamed of. Oh, by the way, this is another place where we just knocked out the local warlord, dictator, tyrant, and now they've got a new government setting up. We're not spending much time on that, but I just want to point out that we just did that for like the 50 hyper-billionth time. In the immediate future, we shall continue to work closely with Alamegan Resistance, whose role in the revolution cannot be understated. It reminds me, if you're passing Port Praetoria, they want to hear your version of events so they can give you the EX version. We never even got to see the prize cows. I want my milk! Giga Pudding, I need milk. Chocolate, preferably. Are we done? Not quite. Okay, I think this is actually it, though. So I'm pretty sure this is when the New Game Plus popped up. I don't know how long this cutscene is, because I skipped it. Ooh, strawberry milk. Hi. Do you have... Yes! Yes! Delicious! Chocobo milk, apparently. Thank you, my dear, very much. /bow. I live in boundary life. Thank you very much. Let's wash this crap out of our mouths, shall we? Just get at... I'm just swish my mouth. I'm gonna swish my mouth. Oh, Lunairith's in a cutscene. That means this one might take a minute. Oh, Jesus. What's left? You did it. Tell me this diamond weapon. Explain. Listen, chocobos can produce milk. It's fine. By Ralger's beard, even for the Empire, that's a new low. Those poor orphans. I can only pray they enjoy the freedom Gaius' ward gave their lives for. At the very least, we no longer need to live in fear of the monstrous creations birthed by the Weapon Project. I shall add your account to our official report. You see, I learned something today. We're getting layers of I learned something today at this point. Because Gaius learned something, which he imparted to us, which we then imparted to him, and... Dandelions have milk. Is that it? Is that it? Oh my god, there's another cutscene. There's another cutscene. Okay. Oh, this is the memories, right, okay. Laura's lesson. I learned that these kids are morons. But they're dead horribly. Yeah, that doesn't change the fact they were very stupid. If they weren't so stupid, they'd be alive right now. What the hell, Giga Pudding? I have something for you. It's not really sitting on my hand, but the animators are doing the best they can. Who's that extremely evil Darth Vader wannabe? What? And the flash drives have full spatially coordinated holograms built into them, which is really impressive. Oh, hey, it's Twitface. We want to go talk to Father. No, I want to have sex with him. What did you just say? Nothing. Good. Ugh. Hey, kids. Tell your sister to stop being a weirdo, would you? I'm just poking fun at this point, don't mind me. I think this is completely unnecessary. There is such a thing as too many endings syndrome. People make fun of Lord of the Rings, but actually Lord of the Rings doesn't even come close to it. Too many endings syndrome is when you drag. And it gets to the point where you've very conclusively ended, and then it keeps going. And there's effectively no real good reason for it to keep going at a certain point. Yeah, as weird as this may sound, I actually don't think Lord of the Rings, the movies, have this kind of problem. The too many endings syndrome. That's my opinion, of course, because where the line is varies from person to person. Now, if instead of the last 20 minutes of nonsense, which I gave a separate negative for happened, imagine if we went straight from... Oh my god, it's still going. Imagine if we went straight from, you know, pop to... Well, this, basically. I have a thing he said to give to you. Here you go. Wong. And that would have actually been great. I mean, that would have skipped over the problem. I don't want to live in a world without you. That's why I'm going with you. Boy, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Not yet, Allie. Now is not your time. Father still needs you. Please take care of him in our place. Yeah, exactly, silly idea. Chopping out a lot of that fat in the middle would have made this hit a lot better. As is, I can't feel anything. I'm too de-invested. Who wants you to see this new world for yourself? You are dead, Reggie, just so you know. We will forever be at your side, Ellie. That's true. Yeah, exactly, silly idea. As has been pointed out before by more than one people, including me, we've liberated a lot of places. I'm the only one left. But I'll never be alone. I mean... You know, that's a good point. And I mean this absolutely as an insult. The construction, the objective selection, pacing, storyboarding, and story sequencing of this quest, overall, is very anime. Now, obviously not every anime does that, but it certainly follows those beats very closely. And I think that's part of the flaw here overall, because those beats don't really work all that well, in my opinion. That and they were really stupid. Hey, we did it! Woo! I am glad that Allie's alive. I kind of wish the rest of them were. I am glad that Gaius is alive. I was just waiting for him to die. Because he wasn't in any of the cutscenes I skipped very quickly at the end there. So I'm like, oh god, they're gonna kill Gaius. Ugh. But yeah, nice timing. We're done for the night. Let me tally this up really quick. My god. That was draining. Yeah, I hope Gaius is an Endwalker. Don't say anything. I did give pluses to story for that, which I stand by. So let's look at our tally so far. So after that, our story positives, we'll just get the big one out of the way now, is up to 146. Jesus goddamn Christ. Story negatives have blossomed a little bit. Up to 37, which is actually pretty damn bad if I'm being honest. I mean, that's a pittance compared to the rest of it, but that was a hell of a jump. Gameplay positives have have jumped up to 56. And gameplay negatives have barely moved up to 28. And I think that's where we're at right now. These are just for this expansion, yes. That's just for this expansion. Okay. Oh, tomorrow we're doing Eden. So we've got a lot of stuff to cover in that. I'm just going to try and dedicate the whole day to it, to smashing that out. That's going to be fun. It's going to be a bit of a palate cleanser, I'm sure. I'm very curious how Eden's going to rate, actually. At the very least, gameplay-wise, it's going to be a slam dunk, I'm sure. Excuse me, a slam dunk. But either way, that will be tomorrow at 9 Eastern Standard Time, as usual. And I do hope to see at least some of you there. Yeah, aside from Eden 12, which will get a negative guaranteed. Oh, thank you for joining us, Lunarith. I'm sorry that you had to join us for the weapon chain of all things. I hope to see you tomorrow for some of the Eden chain where we could see a little bit more than this, you know what I mean? But anyways, I'll see y'all tomorrow.